let's get the party started. Okay. Oh my goodness. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to celebrate your artwork. It's been a little while since we've done one of these. It was early December, so that's just about 4 months ago, or 3.5 months ago since we last did this. And I'm so excited, and there's so much stuff that I didn't even get to half of the material from the Facebook page. I was up till 4 in the morning last night putting this together. So we're going to have another one of these episodes probably the next couple of weeks so that I can catch up on everything we've missed. And I think today what I'm probably just going to focus on is just the work that you guys have done that is passionate to you. And I'm going to change the thumbnail to this episode so we're not even going to look at the Picassos and Van Goghs and all that stuff that you guys have done in class, because that is a whole other thing for me to organize, and there's just still I haven't got to all of it. So I want to make sure that when we're looking at all the Van Goghs irises, we're looking at all the irises, not just half of them. And so long story short, there's a lot of stuff here. Which is a great thing. It makes me super excited that we have such a engaged, passionate group, community here. And so let's get right to it. If you're new to the channel, please like this episode itself, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell. The vast majority of people that watch any of these episodes never subscribe or even like the episode they're watching. So just by doing those two things would instantly make my life easier, would help other people like yourself find out about the channel, and that's a good thing, right? The more people making art in the world, the better world we're going to live in, so we can create this together. If you want to support the channel with a small donation via PayPal, there's the link to PayPal in the description. You can use the YouTube Super Chat. Although, excuse me, YouTube takes like 40% of whatever you donate. And probably the best way to donate money to ensure that I get the majority of your donation is by sending an e-transfer through your email. And my email's on my website and on the Facebook group. All of those links are down below. Or if you want to send an old-fashioned letter in the mail, there's different ways to do it. Don't send it to the university I teach at, because I rarely check my mailbox there, and sometimes it can go 6 months before, and people have sent big packages there, and I love that. But contact me first before you do any surprise things like that, so that I know to keep an eye out for stuff. Okay, wow, I don't even know where to begin here. We got so much. So let's just go right. Oh my goodness, and here's a bunch of stuff I haven't even organized. Let's go reverse alphabetical order here. Oh my goodness, I got 500 images. Let's go here. You just give me 1 second. So open 58. Yes. So, wow. Okay. Let's start here. I also went through all of the Instagram messages and emails people have sent me. Hopefully I got all of them. There's a lot of them, and sometimes people sent me images where they're disappearing links and all these kinds of things, especially through Instagram. So I apologize if I didn't get to yours. It's just that it expired or disappeared. Sometimes I clicked on it to to drag it for today's episode, and it disappeared. But anyway, let's whoa, and lots of people in the comments there. So this is Sajal sent in a few here. I think these are might be through Instagram. And so let's just look at a few of their art pieces here. Okay, so I love this drawing. It kind of looks like, oh my goodness, what's her name? Amy Winehouse or Lisa Marie Presley kind of thing. I think this is a great drawing. I love the way that you've colored it. I like the way that you've used these kind of curving lines to help emphasize the shape of the form. I think the eyes are a little bit asymmetrical, which is not unusual. The vast majority of people have asymmetrical faces, but I think this is maybe a little more exaggerated. And sometimes that can just be making sure that when we draw that line that it's going straight across, or at least perpendicular to the nose, right? As opposed to kind of being up a little bit like that, right? Great job. Well done. I'm not sure what this is here. Looks like it's maybe on the cover of a sketchbook. Very cool. And these flowers. This kind of looks like Diego Rivera's, or that, well, no, that's a bushel of wheat, right? Very cool. I would encourage you just to maybe try some of the painting episodes that we've done and to see if you can follow along to some of those. And I think you can also use the outlines and trace the outlines and then copy those to really work on your painting itself. Let's go to another one here. This is Tiff posted, mental health is important. This drowns out the noise like the gym does. That's great. Yeah, I think definitely making art helps us in so many different ways. And that's one of the reasons as a teacher, I'm a big advocate of art in schools, and especially down in the United States where I spent a quarter of my life when I lived in New York and Los Angeles. Unfortunately, most schools have cut art, drama, music programs out so that they could focus on math and science, which is great. Absolutely, we need people to learn those skills. But learning art, even if you have zero interest in making art, is super helpful for developing creative thinking skills and also for dealing with mental health, right? If you have a myriad of different ways to express yourself and the thoughts and feelings that you have inside, then they don't stay inside and then come out in really awful ways, or people find awful ways to suppress those feelings, right? So great job. I love this. Thanks, Tiff. Okay, here's Teresa. Oh, cool. And we got 3 images by Teresa. Heal the past, live the present, dream the future. All about that. Sounds great. Yes, all about healing. I think of art as a healing vehicle, right? That whether, movies help us to grow and to heal and to overcome. They give us suggestions on ways to deal with our problems, just like stories have always done, right? Whether they're real, accountings of history, or fictional tales, myths, legends, right? Often the trials of a hero, heroine are instructive for us to empower us to overcome the struggles in our own lives. Live in the present and dream the future. Absolutely. These are beautiful. I really like these, Teresa. This is really beautiful. This also reminds me a lot of the art of Marc Chagall, probably the most famous Jewish artist of all time. And just the way that you've applied the color, and I know this is like a watercolor, I'm assuming, yeah. But Chagall also painted in this type of way with like very, almost like watery blending of colors and these very kind of bright, you know, like pinks and oranges and reds. Really nice. That's really cool. And this is, you know, very simple. This sort of looks like what, like bamboo or something. But sometimes simple is the best. All right, let's. Oops. Let me see here. Okay, let's keep on going here. I think we might. Did we look at this last week? These drawings. We have a lot of artwork. We have a lot of drawings. A lot of people sent in drawings over the past little while, so maybe we'll talk a little bit more specifically about some portrait stuff as we go here. But let's just sort of look at a lot of the stuff before I kind of break down and do any kind of lessons and on paper here. Wow, it's Shubham Garg has sent in a whole bunch of stuff as well. I love this. Great job. Excellent. Excellent work here with your Superman. I love how you've outlined all the muscles and the cape and the boots. Even the face is great. I love how he's sort of got that look on his face like, oh, I have to save the world again. Just never ends. Poor Superman, right? There's that great, is it Bare Naked Ladies song, or who sings that Superman song? I feel like that dates me, because that's early 90s or something. Somebody's got a really low voice. Anyway, here's another one by Shubham. Great job. I love how this, you've done a really fantastic job. The Thinker by Rodin, obviously. What would I offer in terms of feedback here? Not much. I mean, I think if we were to do this again, we would just get further and further into the details and just sort of trying to get a little bit more definition on some of the muscles. But this is probably the way I drew it, right? So I you know, just getting to this stage, I think, is awesome. Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, it's just a good thought throughout is if you try to do any of the things that we're going to see today a second time, I guarantee you it's going to be miles better than your first attempt. And I would say that about myself. Like, I often think, you know, it would be a great idea to redo a bunch of episodes, especially those that took me like 5 or 6 hours, and I guarantee you I could do them probably in half the time if I did them a second time, and I guarantee they'd even be better. So it's not just, you know, a lot of time is going to necessarily make something better. Sometimes that first time you go around, you're sort of figuring things out and solving problems, making lots of mistakes. Here's another one by Shubham. This is excellent. I think this is the best one that you've sent me anyway. Really great job. And I think you said something, oh yeah, adding a little bit of color gives it so much more glow. Yeah, absolutely. You know, just a little bit of orange in here and red and green and yellow. Really it kind of elevates this black and white drawing, gives it that just extra little bit of flavor. You know, it's like sprinkling a little bit of salt or, you know, on a dish before it leaves the kitchen kind of thing. A little garnish. And I think just as a kind of a heads up for what you could do in the future is adding 2 colors, adding the opposite color as well. So a really good trick when it comes to doing colors with colored pencil, I mean for anything, but colored pencils really kind of specifically in this case, is to use the opposite color. So let's say you have orange, right? For your orange, putting a little bit of blue or purple in the shadows particularly works really well. You know, again, if it was a banana, putting a little bit of kind of cool red or purple into that banana works well. You know, if it's like a pear, a little bit of red or orange into the pear. You know, if it's some blueberries, just a little bit of orange on the blueberry in the highlights or the shadows, right? And so on and so forth, right? Grapes, a little bit of yellow, you know, raspberries, a little bit of green, right? You can just see how as we go, the opposite color does a really great job of adding that extra little bit of volume as opposed to just adding, you know, grays and blacks. And there's nothing wrong with doing a totally monochrome image, but if you want just a little kind of extra spice, that would be one way of going about it. Okay. Oh, here's an image by Sharon here. Every time I have to like do these screenshots of Sharon's work, because there's always a kind of a fun little animation. You got to move over it, and it doesn't quite work here on screen, obviously, because it's a screenshot. But I think there might have been something like my daughter did this. I think maybe. And either way, if it was done by you, Sharon, or your daughter, this is awesome. I think probably what would be great is adding a little bit more value contrast. So getting a little bit of some darker colors into some of the shadowy areas is going to make the lighter colors pop. Because at the moment what we have is we got a lot of bright colors. And nothing wrong with bright colors. You know that most of my paintings end up maybe 10% brighter than maybe the original. And so I'm always having to think like, okay, let's make sure if we're going to get brighter that we also get darker as well. If we get more saturated, let's get some other areas that are less saturated. So we have contrast. Contrast is one of the most important things in art. It creates depth. It creates a more dynamic picture. I mean, so for instance, think about like this painting for me is like the filling for an apple pie. You know, it's got like I mean, I love apple pie. I was just talking to a friend last night about apple pie. It's super sweet, super delicious. Who doesn't love apple pie? But you also kind of need a little bit of the crust to balance that. I mean, some would say you don't, right? Some people would say, or they just want the crust. Total personal preference, but I think having a little bit of balance of both worlds helps both of them really shine, right? And also you give like the viewer some different areas to go into in like an apple pie, where you can maybe have one bite that's just the filling and one bite that's just the crust. And then maybe one's a little bit of both, right? So in the same sort of way, in a painting, if we have some areas that are a little bit sweeter and some areas that are a little bit drier and crunchier, or maybe even a little bit burnt, right? Some areas are a little bit soft, whatever, right? Those contrasts are really, really important. Okay, let's move on to... We've got a bunch of stuff here by Charmaine, who's currently in France. And so I just want to quickly show some of the stuff here. There's I guess a big exhibition or collaboration of Yayoi Kusama at the Louis Vuitton store in Paris next to the Louvre. And so they've done a gigantic sculpture of Yayoi Kusama and her spots, which is awesome. And here she's, I don't know what she's doing, floating on top of the building. And then Charmaine's also gone down south to visit some of the famous locations where Vincent van Gogh also painted. And so this might look familiar to a few people. All right, there's the famous yellow house is no longer in existence, probably exactly where Charmé standing there is where that house used to be that Van Gogh lived in, and where Gauguin stayed with him, and where Van Gogh ultimately cut his ear off. The house was destroyed by Allied bombing, and I think it was, yeah, Allied bombing in World War II. But so there's just the plaza that exists at this point. But cool that you've got that. And here's the hospital that Van Gogh stayed in. And then here's some woman who was selling some paintings on the street of Paris. And I think Charmé included that because it felt very inspiring to see this woman not only making art, but selling her art on the sidewalk. And hey, this looks just as competent as stuff that most of you guys are doing here on the Facebook group. Many of you are doing even stronger artworks than this, right? And just putting that in your mind, hey, why not? Why not take your easel, go downtown, maybe where a cruise ship terminal is, and sell some artwork, make some artwork of your local community. There's bound to be somebody who's going to find it attractive and want to snap it up for like little memento of memory of their trip to your community. Now, I think that's Charmé doing a drawing. I think this might be at the Louvre. Yeah, there we are. What a beautiful drawing. That's awesome, Charmé. And I love that you brought your sketchbook to the museum. And, you know, I can totally I understand the feeling of when you travel, especially when you go to a museum like the Louvre, which is just so big, and you could literally spend a week in there and never go into the same room twice, let alone see, you know, all the paintings and sculpture and artifacts from around the world. But what I think, sometimes just when you recognize that, you're just like, you know what, I'm not going to be able to see everything. I'm just going to have to make some decisions as to what I see and what I don't see, and then I'll have to come back to Paris. Oh, shucks, right? So, and then to not only say to yourself, well, I'm not going to see everything, but you know what, I'm going to sacrifice 20, 30 minutes where I could be pounding the pavement, walking around this museum, to making a drawing of something. In some way seems, I guess, to some people like a big waste of time. But I think this is one of those things where you're going to remember that moment and this sketch and really feel like it was a really valuable use of time later on, right? Drawing from great artworks in person is much different than doing it from the comfort of your house. Here's Charmé just sharing a quick picture of the Mona Lisa. And I don't know the story of this. I think she was making sketches of someone and then maybe showed it to him or tore it out of her sketchbook. But that's cool. What a way to make some friends in a strange city, right? Awesome. Oh, and also Charmé sent this, posted this book, looks like a graphic novel on the biography of Emily Carr, which sounds awesome. I've put this on order. I'm looking forward to buying a copy of that. So thanks. I love that the Facebook group is a great way for you guys to share your work, and also for me to learn a few things as well, right? For my own selfish benefit, I get to have this wonderful hive brain, you know, doing research and coming up with ideas, and I get to just sort of pop in and take a little nibble every once in a while. As we all do, right? I think that's great. That's one of the great things of having a community of any kind. So here's Scott Adrian Shields says, I found this group and channel while researching videos on J. DeFeo's The Rose. Right, you may recall this painting that I talk about often at the end of an episode, where here we've got, let's go back that out even. This is what I do with all my extra paint at the end of a painting session. We did this episodes, you know, a couple of years ago, and I just keep on adding more and more extra paint from my palette. I scrape it off and blob it on here. And even these little ends of paint, you know, in your paint tubes, when they get a little, when you don't close them or clean them properly like I do, then I can sometimes, I just cut these up into pieces and then sort of glue them in here with paint, right? Because paint has a gluing property, an adhesive property. So it can glue other paint to paint. It can glue paper and all sorts of things. But that is super satisfying when you see how thick that is, right? That's, you can see, you know, it goes all the way up to my thumb here, right? So, and, you know, if you haven't looked at that DeFeo episode, there's also an introduction on how to use paper mache, or at least one type of paper mache approach. Anyway, so it looks like Scott's using a palette knife to do this painting. And we have done, who do we did we've done a few. Marcel Ferron, who's a famous Canadian automatiste Quebecois painter who used palette knives. Who else? We've done a number of episodes with palette knives. It just escapes me, but there are a bunch of them. We've done 274 painting episodes, so you'll forgive me if I can't remember exactly every single one off the top of my head. But this is cool. I like how you've applied the paint on here. I feel like it's what is really working, I think, most effectively is this area on the right where maybe this is your imprimatura coming through. But you can see this purple as it goes over top of that yellow and you scrape it back. It turns into kind of like a reddish brown. And that, I think, is super effective. That shows like the power of opacity versus transparency when it comes to paint. I think there's less of it on this side. And potentially what could have been, I think, nice to add here is more scraping back down onto that surface and a little bit more transparency. And you could still do that on top of this. You could add more to it. Because then you can add paint and then scrape that paint off. A good artist to look at for that would be... Oops. One of these days we'll get around to Gerhard Richter. Gerhard Richter is one of the most successful living artists, kind of both a figurative and abstract painter. And you could there's a great documentary that came out just a few years ago, probably 5-6 years ago, called, I think, Gerhard Richter Painting. I saw it at the Vancouver International Film Festival. What's funny is he sells paintings right out of his studio for like $2, $3, $10 million a piece, and he just like, I have no idea why people spend that kind of money on this stuff. I think it's crazy, but I'm also happy to cash the checks. Right? He's just like, these people lost their mind, but I'm happy to take crazy people's money, right? But you know, like, let's just find this. Gerhard Richter Painting official trailer. I'm sure there's where can you watch this video? On Apple TV, I guess it says. Okay, let's continue here. This looks like Scott's initial beginning for the for a DeFeo painting, perhaps. And then there's some paint splattered on top of that. I think the more and more we just keep building that surface up, as DeFeo did herself, I think the more successful it's going to get. And here we are, we're getting thicker and thicker. I think what you want to think about doing is building that paint outwards, right? So right now we've got a lot of paint in the center. Right, so now start taking that paint And you can even take your fingers and shape it. Using a palette knife works really well, but sometimes it has its limitations. And because sometimes like, where's a palette knife? Here's a palette knife. You know, if you're using it, you might find it kind of clumps up. So you might have to kind of like literally get your fingers a little bit messy and kind of squish them into place. And then you can use your palette knife to kind of shape it. And if you don't like the look of the fingers, the texture your fingerprints will leave on the painting. Okay, let's keep on moving forward here. Here's a painting by Sandra. This is a drawing of Stuart Glaser. I'm not sure. There's Milton Glaser, who we're going to do a painting of his shortly. Very famous, super influential graphic designer, but I don't know about Stuart Glaser. Here's Henri Matisse, and then here's the Mary Pratt from our very first introductory painting episode. And this looks awesome. Great job. I'm not so sure about putting the date that big on the painting. I mean, Picasso did that, so you might say, oh, what about Picasso did that? Well, Picasso's Picasso, for better or worse. And even then, rather than just the black paint, and because we've talked about in terms of signatures in the past, rather than just using like a black pen or black paint to sign something, think about integrating it more. Like, for instance, what if we had used this same color for the lighter part of the painting, and then I probably would have put that date, you know, maybe right over here along with the signature, because that, you know, often artists put them kind of towards the corners, a little bit out of the way, so that it's not, you know, a central part of the image. Like, this to the point starts to make maybe the viewer think, well, maybe that was written on the tablecloth next to the strawberry shortcake, I think. Is that what this was? Strawberry cheesecake, maybe? Right? So, as opposed to like being something that the artist did on top of it, right? So, I think integrating it a little bit more would be effective. Just the Stuart Glaser here. I think this looks great. This reminds me of, who else? Georges Rouault. Kind of an expressionist painter. Paul Klee. There's a number of artists of that kind of mold who did work similar to this. Even a little bit of Chagall. Chagall loves his candles and things, so yeah. Oh, is it Jawlensky? I remember it's the Norton Simon Museum of Art in Pasadena has a number of paintings by, they have probably the largest collection of paintings by a group called the Der Blue Rider, which was like Kandinsky, was it Kandinsky and Klee, an art movement. Let's just, so obviously we looked at Franz Marc here, but there we go, Jawlensky. So I think, you know, we can see, you know, just the way that Jawlensky paints like eyes and noses, very, very bright saturated colors, reminds me of this painting, which I guess is based on Stuart Glaser's work as well. That's awesome. Okay, I'm going to skip a few of these here. Maybe we'll end with this, some of this, so I won't even tell you what that is. Let's, sorry to be a little tease here. Let's look at Salvatore Chipporo. Dead Bunny, a loose watercolor for my rebranded writing imprint. Dead Bunny, dark and disturbing fiction. That seems very specific, a very specific line of fiction. Dead Bunny, dark and disturbing fiction. Is everything Dead Bunny related? Or I mean, I'm just being facetious here, but you know, it is. I appreciate this. I also it is kind of dark, like those splatters of blood, I guess. And you know, there's certainly a huge genre, people who are into, you know, murder mysteries and horror movies, etc., that this might play out well with. If this was intended to be like the logo, however, you might want to think about simplifying it even more, making it as potentially what you might consider doing is reducing it to a silhouette, and maybe this blood splatter, we just have one blood splatter, maybe on the chest by the heart, or I don't know, in the ear or where eye or something, because we got some really cool blood splatters going. I don't think I've ever said that before, but because that could look kind of cool, just like the penguin on the side of a penguin book, or you know, Taschen, or all sorts of things. Something to consider. This could be the cover as well of, you know, of an anthology of writing. Let's look at another one here. This flower. That is cool. Great. I love how this is done. I like how you painted it a little bit light. This is like watercolor or something, right? And then outlined it with that little bit more saturated pinks and reds. There's a really nice looseness to the way that that's painted. Here's a doorway. That's a really beautiful doorway. Hey, that's beautiful. And then here's your pen sketch, and then that's the finished watercolor version. Wow, that's awesome. Really cool. I also like that you shared the whole process of how we got from here to here. Yeah, I think you've done a really effective job of first of all just getting all of that detail from the original in there. That's, you know, a lot of people would give up halfway through here and would say, there's a lot of stuff in here, I'm gonna like really simplify this. And, oh my goodness, all of these darker sides and lighter sides, just too much. But you could see that spending a little bit of that time on there would really pay off. The one thing I think that this drawing could use a little bit is on the ground down here. Like, you've done a very effective job of giving a type of like perspective here with these lines that are radiating outward. Maybe I'll just kind of quickly show here what I'm talking about. So let's say you've got your doorway. So let's just put these side by side. Is so, you know, we've got, let's just do this like, and let's, the door is going to be super narrow, but what we're going to have like our horizon line, and then we have this type of thing. So these might go like that. Everything's going to be pointing towards the middle. Right, pointing towards my vanishing point. right? So on the ground, if we had things like this, it's really going to increase the dynamic quality of that image. Does that make sense? Like, so this right here is your door, and your vanishing point just disappears, right? But now we've got, you know, a space to walk into, because currently what we have is let me just get a red. Currently what we have is all of these lines are just straight down like that. And so it looks more like maybe another wall, like this is a door on the side of a castle or something, a window, as opposed to a doorway, because this doesn't feel like a stable area to stand on, if that makes sense. Okay, let's push on. Here's this photograph of this old shack or barn. And then your sketches, that's beautiful. Great job on the drawing. Lots of patience. That's really great to see. This requires some time to pull off. And look at that in stages. One thing I would say is probably by this point I would also start getting some of the background in there. As opposed to just sort of getting the building perfect before moving on to the surrounding area, landscape, I would start to build them up simultaneously. Because let's say, for instance, we got all this black starting to come in here. Well, what if there's, you know, some black in the landscape around it, and we've kind of already used the darkest dark already, right? I think we want to reserve our black till the very end, because I think we want to put some black maybe in the foreground. So this is beautiful. So this is the final version here. What I wish is we had more definition in the landscape. You've spent all this time creating a really beautiful building, and then the area around it is undefined, just these sort of clumps of trees, you know, or hills. The mountain is just like an abstract form, and I don't mind that per se. It's just that it feels like a little bit of a missed. Well, I mean, someone could make an entire career, for instance, of doing this type of thing. So I don't want to say that you have to do it one way or another. And I try to look at everyone's art as if it's exactly the way it was intended to be. But of course, people are submitting them, putting them on the Facebook page, and I'm assuming that that's because people want to learn and have some feedback, and maybe they're not feeling 100% confident of them. So that would be my, like, so, you know, if we go back to the original, I mean, look, there's beautiful stuff going on in the mountains, the clouds, the grass. So what I would suggest is, what would this same artwork look like if we had more attention paid to some of the foreground and background elements? And I mean that the building is kind of in your middle ground, right? It's being occluded there by some of the foreground elements. Also, same sort of thing with signatures. You know, you've got one signature here, and you've got another signature on the right. It's maybe a little bit overkill. Maybe one or the other. I find like this one is really nice. It's almost like so clean that it now look, you know, it's maybe like a watermark that you've created. And yet this one is maybe a little bit harder to read. It's a little, it doesn't quite have the clarity. Oh, okay, I see the SRC. I see what you're doing here. What if you tried to paint your signature like your digital version? I think that would look kind of nice. Just my suggestions, take it or leave it. Here's another one, same sort of thing with the signature. Yeah, I think it's that combining, putting this little dash in the R to complete the semicircle on the top of the R makes that signature look a little bit busy. Does that make sense? I'm sitting here focusing on signatures, right? But you can see, I get what you're doing here. But, you know, I also really appreciate what you've got here. I think a blending those two signatures together could be a really interesting exercise for you. Just think about where that might go. I like this too. I like how the water is blending. It's like watercolor on paper and kind of smearing into one another. That's really cool. And then how you turn them into flowers. Excellent. Right? You know, we looked at a number of great Chinese artists, and we're going to be doing that again in a couple of months here for Asian History Month. We've got a whole bunch of great artists lined up. Because this approach is very common throughout the history of Chinese art, Japanese art to a lesser extent, Korean art, but the Chinese really explored kind of the watercolor in a way that really, I mean, other people have done since, but they really kind of blew open the doors, I guess you could say. So let's move on here. Let me just... We're going to start another one here. Well, let's see. Will this all fit on there? Time for a sip of tea. Okay, so here's Rose says, I think I should post this on a fan page. It looks great. This is from our drawing class, Superman again. And well done. I like how you've got the proportions pretty much bang on. I'd say maybe the arms are a little bit short. Did I draw it like that? I might have been me. I mean, I would probably, because his chest is so big, just bring these arms out a little bit bigger, make them a little bit bigger in proportion to the rest of his body. We also have Rose's version of Rodin's Thinker. And Rose says, I'm thinking about this drawing. The dad jokes are, as a prolific dad joker myself, and an actual dad who jokes. I appreciate the puns. This is great. I like this. I think is done on the tablet, right? This is drawn on a computer, which is, you know, people ask. I'd say probably once a day someone will ask me on YouTube, can I use my drawing tablet, my Wacom tablet, my Apple iPad, my Surface Pro or whatever it is? Can I do the drawing class on the tablet? Absolutely. There's absolutely no reason why you couldn't. In fact, some people might find it easier. The one thing is that because you can undo things all the time very easily on the computer, it can it can allow people to become perfectionists, because they're like, well, if I didn't do it right, I can make it perfect if I just erase and try it again. Oh, I'll erase and try it again. Whereas if you're drawing on paper, at some point you're just like, well, you know, I'm just going to move forward, or I'm going to tear a hole in the paper, right? So I think there is, you know, learning, you know, you could use the drawing class to also teach yourself how to draw on your tablet. Just be careful that you're not spending all of your time chasing after perfection undoing things. At some point, just say, you know what, I'm just going to move forward. Set a timer for yourself. Draw along with me in the drawing class, because, you know, I move on after 5-10 minutes or so, and use that as like, okay, let's just move on. Let's not worry about getting it perfect. Okay, here's another one by Rose. Says, I tried to apply the drawing lesson to a corner of my house, which I love. I love when people take things that we're doing in painting classes, drawing classes, and make them specific to themselves. And in this instance, using, I think, our perspective lesson to draw the interior of your house, which is fantastic. The one thing I would say is this looks like a really complex perspective that we're seeing here, and probably, you know, we've got these stairs that are coming kind of up, and then they kind of turn and probably maybe go right over your head, and that's a really challenging perspective to draw, and it will create a bit of confusion with this diagonal. And I think that's probably what's happening here. Is, I don't want to get too into the weeds here, but I wonder if you're trying to force this into meeting the vanishing point when it's actually receding to a different vanishing point, which is confusing enough, right? Because it's on a diagonal. So, you know, great. It takes a lot of courage to attempt something like that, but this is maybe a particular viewpoint of your house that is going to be more challenging than it might ordinarily look. Like this would take me a couple of seconds to wrap my mind around how to draw that. In fact, you know, let me just see if I can do such a thing here real quick. Let's put them up side by side. Like, I imagine this environment, like I think this might be a set of stairs here that are going down. All right, so you have maybe the next set of stairs, and then they just sort of disappear. I'd bet if you can see anything at all, it's probably I wonder, yeah, I guess you're not gonna see right, so you can see, like, even myself, as I'm trying to do this, I'm sketching it out and having some difficulty. I mean, I have to see the original image, but like, you have to think about where's your vanishing point in here, and that so everything is kind of receding towards it. Right. Anyway, that's, you know, we would talk about that more in our perspective class, but a valiant attempt at a very complex situation there. Okay, let's look at Robin has included these. Now, I apologize, I didn't read the post as to what exactly we're looking at here, but these are beautiful. These, they're maybe cards, perhaps, or I could also see them taped on a string and kind of, you know, like little flags, like you see kind of Tibetan. Like I have a bunch of friends that have gone to Tibet and backpacked, and they come back with, I think it must be very popular to buy out there. These, you know, like they're, people hang them, you know, across their living room kind of thing. So I could imagine you kind of putting a little string and having that string holding these up. Really well done. I like these a lot. It also, that's cool. Looks like this could make for like a really neat like children's book, like an accordion style children's book. Awesome. What I think is really nice is that unifying pattern in the background. I kind of brings them all together. Wow, and these look like very Warholian cats. That's got to be inspired by a Warhol cat. Absolutely, 100%, right? Because Warhol drew in this same, oops, where did that go? In the early Warhol stuff from the 1950s, it looks a lot like this, which I love. That's actually some of my favorite Andy Warhol stuff. It's not stuff that maybe most people know. Most people know of is like, you know, Campbell's soup cans and all that kind of stuff later on. The Maryland painting, which we did. We've done a bunch of Warhol stuff. But I think it's his early drawings, which are just gorgeous. It's what brought him fame and fortune before he even touched a paintbrush to a canvas, to the ire of the abstract expressionists. Here's a few more by Robin. We've got this koi fish here, and whose paintings is this? Wu Guangzhuang? I'm trying to remember now who these are inspired by, but really nice job. These are great. I would say maybe in this one there is a little bit more definition of this house. If I recall, there's like a pathway coming through here. So this one is looking more and more abstract. I think what the genius of this artist is doing is really balancing that fine line between abstraction and representation, where we have, you know, it looks just sort of like a bunch of wild splattered paint, and then as we get closer to it, we're like, oh, look, there's a little house in there. Oh, that's cool. Those are little trees and bushes. So it rewards the viewer for looking just that little bit longer. So perhaps just taking a second look at some of those details, I think, would be good. This is the Aaron Douglas painting. A few people did this one as well. That's great. This one was tricky because if you remember, I couldn't find my printout, and my printer ran out of ink, and so I hand drew it, and it kind of got a little away from me. This would be one of those ones, for instance, that I would probably like to redo, using the template or spending more time on the outline, just drawing it by eye. Because it was, you know, not the best painting for me to try to draw quickly by eye because of the level of complexity of all these overlapping images, right? We've got these stars, or this big star form motif in the center that's kind of exploding outwards, which is superimposed on top of two other images. So it's, you know, it's asking a lot there. But you did a great job, Robin. Awesome. I love this one. I think it actually probably looks better than mine, for sure. This I thought was also really cool. Julie Curtis. I'm not aware of who she is. I love this painting, though. It does remind me of Japanese prints from like the early 1800s, and not because it's like cut up into sushi like this, but just I think maybe it's the perspective, because, you know, Japanese, Chinese, Korean artists come from a totally different tradition where geometric perspective might have been known or been used, but they often were using a type of perspective called isometric projection, which is the same sort of technique you see in like an IKEA instruction manual. Like if you've ever assembled IKEA furniture or looked at patent applications, a lot of video games use, like SimCity, for instance, use isometric projection, and that is something that was very popular and very common in Asian art for like 1,000+ years. And one of the reasons why it was used a lot is because a lot of those artworks were done on scrolls. And so because they can kind of unfold endlessly, having something that has Western geometric perspective would mean at the far edges of that scroll, you'd have these extreme perspectives, which would be nearly incomprehensible, right? So anyway, that just, I think it's the perspective of the edge of this plate, which is, I think, really cool. Let's move on. Let's look at Richard here. So Richard did a version of this Tom Thompson. This is the original Tom Thompson painting, which I love. Obviously, well, I'm working right now on a graphic novel, a biography of Tom Thompson, so I'm obviously a big fan. And then this is Richard's version of that same image, the same painting. Like, woo, that's gorgeous. I'd even say I might even prefer your painting, Richard, over the original Tom Thompson, which says a lot because I'm a huge Tom Thompson fan. So this one really glows. You did a really excellent job of capturing the intensity of that sunset. Again, in a way that I think even exceeds Tom's. You know, Tom Thompson was probably painting this while he's sitting in a canoe on a lake in Algonquin Park, and the sun is starting to set, and he's probably starting to think like, well, I better get back to my campsite here and start cooking that fish before the sun goes down, or I'm not going to know where my tent is. Right? It's going to be pitch black. So he's painting probably pretty quickly, but that's excellent. Really great reinterpretation of that painting. You know, also, you know, when I look at the Tom's painting, you know, yours has a greater degree of softness. You know, there's it's more peaceful. It's more at peace. You know, I look at this and I start thinking of who's. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Like the, you know, I can't remember the classical. It's a piece of classical music, most commonly used in Looney Tunes cartoons, right? When, you know, the Wile E. Coyote is sleeping right before an anvil falls on his head, kind of. Versus Tom's is as more like as a coarser intensity to it that's maybe even darker and more melancholy. And, you know, you decide for yourself which one is better or worse, right? I mean, I think they're great, just a little bit different. I wanted to include this here. This is a photograph that Charmaine took of the Louis Vuitton space. And then, as often happens on our Facebook group, Richard saw that image and did his own reinterpretation of it, which I just think is so awesome that people in our group are having conversations through paintings with one another. So here's this is the version without too many little dots, and here's one with more dots. These might just be little hole punches right from a hole puncher that Richard has laid on top there. I don't know which one I like better. I kind of makes me think a really cool animation could take place here. I like that there's Charmaine wearing her mask, strutting through Paris, and then we've got Banksy with the balloons on there. That's pretty funny. Great job. That's really cool, Richard. I really appreciate you engaging another member of the community in such a beautiful way, taking someone's image. I know Paula does that often. People post their paintings or photographs, and Paula, within like hours, does a a version of it. Here's Richard uploaded. So this is, I think Richard was sort of just doing a little bit of a reflection on how far he's come over the past few years. But this is the first painting we did when I kind of established the Master Study series after the initial Intro to Acrylic Painting course. And this is a Al Loving, I think the painting is called Circa 1974. And so of course you can, that's at the very, one of the very first, well no, it's not at the very first of that playlist, it's probably halfway down. But that's awesome. Great job, Richard. I think Richard just saying like, wow, like, you know, it's time has really flown by. Great job. Okay, here's Richard. Richard Mundo's. Here's a Matisse painting that we did in our intro painting course. And then this is the Mary Pratt from also the painting course. Very cool to see. And then a self-portrait, I think self-portrait from the drawing course. And this is great. I think one thing is perhaps the eyes are a little bit high on the face and probably want to be a little bit closer. It's so interesting to me to see, you know, when I teach portrait drawing, and especially when we do self-portraits, and you know, you can watch the course. I did, like, you know, the how to draw a course, or the free basic drawing course, or whatever I called it. There's a couple of episodes on drawing. There's probably like 4 or 5 on drawing faces and different kinds of faces, and that the eyes are basically in the middle of the face. And I can't tell you how many times when I do this in person, you can see that some people are like, yeah, I don't really think they're in the middle, and people will constantly raise those eyes up because they think that I'm kind of maybe wrong, which is totally fair. If that's what you want to do and you want to see it for yourself, go right ahead. As I probably said in that episode, one of the reasons I think people think the eyes are not in the middle of the head is they often think that the top of the head is where the hairline is. And so yes, if we think of the head and not the face, but we think of the head as being here, well, yeah, the middle of my face is kind of right here, right in the middle of my nose. But I've still got a couple of inches here of the top of my head, right? If I pat my hair down. And so, yes, actually my top of my head's up here, right? So you can clearly see that my eyes are further down. And so I was, or even a few other drawings we've seen of portraits before make that same sort of potential mistake. Now, some people have eyes that are higher on their faces than others, of course, but like I think here the forehead is very, very short, right? I think all of those features could just come down, the eyes and eyebrows. It'll make for a shorter nose, right? But if you find that that's a problem, then make the head more oval shaped. And all you got to do is just to try it and see how it turns out. And if you like how it turns out, then go with it, right? Okay, Ratna has sent a whole bunch here on the Facebook group. So here's the Alma Thomas painting. That's great. I like how that one turned out. Here's the Van Gogh version. This is great as well. I think maybe, which I see often, you know, the bottom of the vase should maybe have a little bit of a curve in there as opposed to being flat, that flat edge, right? Like if we're drawing that vase, right? That gives it this volume. And same sort of thing. Imagine we have another oval here. Now, I can't remember the way that Van Gogh painted this, for instance, but right, so as opposed to what you've got, which is more and you're not the only person to do this, right? You've got a little bit of a curve here, but this is just straight across. And so that really flattens that shape. And we want to keep it as round and voluminous. Voluminous? How do you... I think that's a word, right? Voluminous. Voluminous. It sounds like alumnus. Great. Oh, we did that one already. Here, Ratna included this image of a Van Gogh set of flowers here. I don't know what painting that is. What kinds of... And then your version of them. That's fantastic. Great. I think one thing potentially is a little bit more definition on some of these flowers. Right now they're basically just all white, right? Maybe there's going to be some areas of those flower petals that are darker, that have a little bit of gray in them. And you can see, if anything, actually what Van Gogh's done here is almost everything is got a little bit of gray or pastel. So they're all kind of much more muted. And then that leaves just a few areas where we have more intense highlights. Versus yours is like almost all highlights. So think about like adding a little bit more of what we call like your mid-tones, mid-values into here, some grays. This is a really cool paint. I've never really looked at this one that closely. I love the texture on this. This could be a real fun one for us to do. Thanks for sharing that one, Ratna. Here you've done Van Gogh's Starry Night. That's awesome. And this is great. I love how you've done this. Raza, I'm a huge fan of his work, and this is one of my favorite, obviously, because we did this one in our class a couple of years ago. You sent a few other ones as well, but they're related to paintings we've done in class, so I'm going to skip over those. And then we're going to look at some of the work that Paula sent in here. And Vincent van Gogh and his sister and Theo. Or Vincent van Gogh, sister-in-law and nephew. Okay. I'm not aware of this drawing or painting Van Gogh did. Huh. Paula is a painting machine. There's always something new on the Facebook group, which is great. I love that engagement when there's people who are just posting something almost every day. That's awesome. I think it really inspires other people to... Because there's probably a lot of you watching right now who are making artwork, just not posting it to the group. Probably feeling, well, you know, I look at all the great stuff on there, and my drawings they're just not that good. I feel kind of embarrassed, and I don't want to bother people with my horrible artwork, and I'll just kind of watch other people, and I can understand that, but I guarantee you, your artwork is way better than you think it is. You might, because I think we all have these expectations that, you know, if it is not as good as Leonardo da Vinci and worthy of being on display right next to the Mona Lisa, maybe sometimes in place of the Mona Lisa when the Mona Lisa is being cleaned, you know, if it's not that good, then it is trash. It's garbage, and probably I'm trash and garbage too, right? Those are such like toxic thoughts, right? I'm not saying anybody has such deep, dark thoughts, but probably a lot of artists do. So it's just recognizing, well, we're all on a journey, and we're all, improving day by day by day. Everyone started somewhere, including Leonardo da Vinci, including Frida Kahlo, right? Everyone, was making drawings that they weren't necessarily super happy with at the beginning. And even some of the great artists weren't happy with the art they were making at the end, right? And that's often why artists keep on making art. So what I find so inspiring about Paula is that she's just moving forward, not worrying about perfection, not worrying about the last painting, just always thinking about what's next, what's next, what's next. Keep on moving forward, right? And I think she's been a great source of inspiration for myself personally, but also I think for many of you watching, because Paula's been with me for since the very beginning, as far as I can remember. My memory is starting to fade as the gray starts to come in here, so I don't even remember when the beginning was at this point, but it's been quite a while. So anyway, I love this here, Paula. Great job. I think you said like the bluebirds or blue jays have arrived already in the middle of winter. Those are some hardy blue jays to fly up north in the middle of winter. And you got the birds and foxes in the bird feeder, or sorry, I guess, is that a bird feeder on top of a like a light feature outside? Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. Keep on going, Paula. What else? What do we have here? I got. Here's another one by Paula of, looks like a blue jay came visited this morning. I don't know if that's a painting, a photograph that you took, and then you're doing a painting of it. But that's really beautiful. I love the subtlety of the colors in the background, right? I think that's what sort of makes a painting like this. It's not the blue jay itself. It's establishing a solid background and foundation for that artwork. So just this little bit of the kind of, that white winter sky. It's, where it appears just white, but it's not white. There's some color in there because it's reflecting light off of the snow and trees and everything. Really, really nice. I like that. Great job, Paula. Also, Paula, or I guess Richard, posted this image by Adam Sheriff Scott. Adam Sheriff Scott, an artist that Richard was kind of says he's obsessed with lately. And then again, Paula saw that and was like, hey, that looks like a great painting I could make, and did her version of it. And that's fantastic. It's almost kind of transformed into a little bit of like a Mother Teresa-like figure, this kind of saintly kind of figure with this head covering like that. Obviously, it's different than the original, and different is great, right? Don't be obsessed about getting it. It's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be exactly like the original. So run with it. Let it become its own thing. Yeah, I don't know what I would say here. I'd say maybe some of these dark black outlines. We got some of various different thicknesses. I do appreciate that you've got the black outlines on the clothing and really none on the face. So it does suggest that the black outlines can be are signifying a different material, cloth as opposed to skin or hair. That is a strategy some artists use. I almost wonder if it was inverted, and our thicker dark lines were the face, and the clothing had thinner lines. Maybe it makes more sense to be this way. something to think about, though, right? Just as when you're making art, is, well, which areas of my painting is going to get darker or lighter? I like these collages, putting these trees here in the background of your paintings. It is a little bit jarring because it's so different of a style, but it also kind of, I'm also happy to be jarred a little bit, right? I think that's what art is a little bit for. Sometimes you don't know until you see it, and once you see it, you're like, oh, okay, it actually kind of works, or yeah, maybe I'm going to take it out. I don't know. I'm always kind of a fan of a little bit of clash going on, clashing styles. I think it's just one thing to think about, what is it that you want to say or do with that clash, right? How does it add to the meaning or message that you're trying to convey? Which is something I was thinking about last night. We're gonna see a number of other situations coming up here, so maybe it's worth just sort of talking in general about, and that is, especially those of you that have been with me for a while and making art, you know, on a weekly basis for years now, is starting to think about, like, well, what is it that you want your artwork to say or do? What is it you want to say, right? In the same way, and I know some people are like, I have no idea. I just like painting, Michael. I just like colorful pictures of flowers or birds or animals or portraits. I don't really have anything special to say. That's for, like, you know, quote unquote real artists. To which I would disagree. I mean, I would say the very act of choosing certain subject matter is a choice, right? And you're saying something with the choice of those of that subject matter. You're saying, I really like birds. I really like flowers. And so then I think the question would be, okay, well, what is it about flowers and birds do you really, really like, that you identify with? What does it say to you? And by painting those things, what is it that you're trying to highlight in the world around us? Is it color? Is it the beauty of nature? Is it the fragility of life and of nature? Is it trying to raise awareness for certain kinds of things? And I think I think it's okay when we're beginning to make art to just sort of try lots of different kinds of things but I think as you go on, starting to think like, okay, I'm starting to kind of figure out how to use these materials. What do I want to do with them? What do I want to say? Right? You know, it's learning drawing or painting is like learning a language, and then once you've got a language, what do you want to say with that language? Right? Like, what is it that you want people to know about you as a person? So sometimes that can be something that comes up both by making lots of artwork, and you just start finding, well, I keep making paintings of such and such a thing, and then doing some self-reflection, right? Doing potentially some writing, journaling, talking to people, talking to friends. Often as you may know, I have to do a lot of my thinking while I'm talking, right? That's one of the reasons why I loved art school, because in art school there's often lots of conversations in these critiques, and people are asking you questions, and you're forced to kind of articulate your thoughts on the spot, and that would force me to really kind of think about what it is I'm doing and what is unique about me and what are my interests. And so I think starting to, especially those of you that have been with me for a while, starting to just ask yourself, okay, I've got these skills. What is it that I want to do with these skills? What can I communicate? Right? And so, you know, when I look at all of the stuff that Paula's doing, you know, I see, you know, an interest in community, in communicating with people, having like a reciprocal kind of like a conversation where you're looking at art that other people have made, literally other people within our community, and recreating their paintings. I think that that's beautiful. There's like a kind of a gift-giving process there that I think is super generous. And there, which is, I think, like a very life-affirming, kind of very super positive energy that Paula's putting out into the world. And so I think, you know, that would be one way to think about that, right? We're going to see a bunch more instances as we go here of where I really start thinking, okay, you've got it. Well, now what are we going to do with it? Okay. So, actually, we've got so many things here. It might be, I think maybe just, I want to take a quick second here just to remind people to like this video, to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so that you know when future episodes are coming. I'm going to have to do a second one of these feedback episodes over the next few weeks just to catch up to where we are today, because I wasn't even able to get through half of the stuff you guys posted on the Facebook group. So if you want to know when those episodes, I don't necessarily usually do one. I certainly don't do one of these on Sunday mornings, because usually I'm teaching on Sunday mornings. So consider doing that, right? Also, if you want to leave a donation, if I've talked about some of your work and you found that really informative and you're super grateful, well, even 25 cents through PayPal or the Super Chat or through email, e-transfers, etc. would be greatly appreciated. You know, if everyone who is participating in these episodes contributed even just $1, well, my goodness, that's 20,000 people, right? I would be able to do this every single day, and people wondering, why are you only once a week or every 2 weeks or whatever? Well, because I can't afford to do it every day, right? So if everyone was helping to contribute in some small way, I know there's some people who contribute, you know, a lot more to help kind of make up some of that, and I really do appreciate that as well. And I know not everyone has the means, which again is why sharing your artwork, you know, and tagging me is also really helpful, because that just brings other people, and the more people, the more likely that percentage of people who contribute kind of goes up. Okay, so I'm just gonna restart this. And I know that there's tons of comments here in the chat, so maybe it's also a moment where I should dip into that here. Wow, okay, we got a bunch coming down the pipeline here. That was Pascaline, Deborah, Kathy, Lolly, Janicki. Here, let me make this bigger. I need to get... I'm at the point now where I'm having to strongly consider getting bifocals, or what are they, graduated lenses, or... I wear contact lenses, but I'm starting to lose that near vision that I can see perfectly fine close up without glasses or anything. But anyway, old man yelling at clouds, right? Dr. Ratna, there we are, and Sandra. Look at all these familiar names. The White Wasabi, yes. Frank the Cat. Oh, that's Barbara Smith from England. First time turning into a live show. Awesome. Easy Art 47 says, hi, namaste. These are great. Look at all these familiar names and faces. Awesome. Okay, so let's. I want to continue, pick up where I left off. Where should we go to next? Okay, so here's MD Aziz. who's been very active on the Facebook group recently, and so there's a lot of stuff to look at here. I did appreciate that one of the things that MD has done is posted some pictures of myself doing some funny things on the channel, and demonstrating, in this case, like the proportions of the face and the width of the mouth in relationship to the eyes, etc. Thought that was pretty funny, and said some very sweet things, which I sincerely appreciate. Thank you, MD. Here's a self-portrait of the artist himself there. Great job, great self-portrait. I love how that turned out. Right, just from a couple of days ago, this drawing was done. I don't have too much to offer, except to say that maybe the background could be a little bit more considered. You know, you've spent all this time doing beautiful, you know, getting the shading on the face, creating that volume, getting the likeness, you know, drawing your eyes and nose, lips, and the collar of your shirt, all that kind of stuff. And then just the background just scribbled in, right? And it's sort of like, a little bit of like, what if we had just spent another 20 minutes on the background? I know not everyone's got all this extra time to spend on artwork, but think about like one of the great lessons we can learn from Vincent van Gogh, for instance. Van Gogh always uses the background, activates the background. It's not just an afterthought at the end of a drawing or just filling something in. You know, think of like the most famous Van Gogh painting, arguably of all time, is Starry Night. You know, it's a painting of the sky, really, of the stars in the sky, and thousands and thousands of artists made paintings of nighttime skies before Van Gogh, but none of them painted them in that way, because most of them were like, well, I'll just paint that black and add a couple dots there for the stars, boom, done, move on. Van Gogh was like, guys, the sky is the most interesting thing of a nighttime image, right? Like, look at the way that the kind of the Milky Way is moving through there. It's super subtle, almost invisible, but I want to pull it out and show you. It's like Van Gogh's like, I'm gonna take you by the collar and show you what you haven't seen, right? And so think about that when you're making your drawings, is the background is as equally as important as the foreground, right? And a lot of artists will put patterns in the background, literally go and shop at like a fabric store and buy a bunch of different things, or use wrapping paper for, you know, Christmas presents, for birthday presents, and maybe tape that up behind them and take a photograph of themselves, or use that in behind, you know, if you're drawing your self-portrait, as a way of just, you know, or you've got some clothes in the background. You know, there was an exhibition maybe maybe 10 years ago of Matisse, and I can't remember what it was called. It was like Matisse and the Model, or Matisse and his studio. And what was so interesting is they had, you know, Henri Matisse, the great French painter, had basically like a tickle trunk of fabric. So let me see. I don't know if there's... Okay, maybe... There are some photographs of Matisse in his studio where you see all of the fabrics that he would just keep in like a big trunk. So when he had models come over, he would just like pull out a big piece of fabric, throw it over, you know, a hook, or, you know, a chair, and then have the model pose in front of it. And so he already had kind of funky little things in the background. You know, we could just see like look how, I mean, at some point, like, the figures become almost irrelevant in these images. Like it's the back. Oh, here, I think this might be the. I can't remember what the name of this exhibition was, but you can see it's they brought together like all these different items that were from Matisse's studio that he painted over and over and over again. Yeah, I think maybe it's called Matisse in the Studio. Right, so he would have like big fabrics like this that he bought when he was in Morocco, and he's using them, you know. There we are. Let's just take a quick look. Matisse in the Studio at the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. I might even have the catalog to this exhibition. I have way too many books. You know what's embarrassing is when you've got books and you go out and buy, and you don't even remember you own them, and then you go out and buy them, you order them from Amazon or something, and then one day you're looking through your books and you realize, oh, I already have this. So that's why I now tend to almost exclusively get things from the library, so that I'm not really showing us the fabric so much. Oh, okay, so here's probably a good example. Oh, whoa, that's stutter. Oh, that's horrible. But you could see Matisse with these fabrics just hanging in the background, and then he would just arrange different people in front of different kinds of patterns. And so when I see your painting here, MD, I think like, oh, or your drawing, wouldn't it be cool if we had a little bit of something specific that would tell us a little bit about you? And in another artist who's really great at this, is Frida Kahlo. Because what I think is amazing about Frida Kahlo is, you know, for really a great portion of her adult life, she's confined to either a wheelchair and ultimately a bed. And so she's having to kind of imagine, they installed a mirror above her bed so she could paint her own self-portrait over and over. But she didn't just paint her self-portrait, she also added these kind of strange, unique things, like in this case, like a monkey and butterflies and leaves in this like a necklace of thorns, and it's a crown of thorns, bugs. And they all have like very specific meanings to her, right? Here's another one where she's paints herself as a deer that's being hit by arrows as it's running through the forest. And so all of those little things in the background are specific to her own interests that tell us about her, because she's imagining those things because she clearly can't go out into the forest and find those kinds of animals. But that's what I would just say, like, well, it's a missed opportunity to include stuff about you, maybe things that are interesting. Maybe there's a bookshelf with books in behind you, or a painting you really like, or video games on a TV screen, or a landscape of where you live or where you want to visit, airplanes flying overhead, you know, which is what like Frida Kahlo would do. She would have, let's say, an airplane with you know, a French flag on it, signifying where she wants to fly to if she could get out of bed and get on an airplane. And, you know, like, so use some of those great artists as inspiration. I mean, I think these are fantastic drawings. I just think now that you're getting good enough, what are we going to do with this ability? Let's like, who is this person here? You know, beyond just their face tells us, you know, there's a likeness, and I'm sure that your friend would be really flattered that you drew them. But now think about, like, well, maybe their clothing, their costume, what could we include here that would be super specific to that person and only that person? These are excellent. Really great. I also think it's interesting the way that you're coloring this here. It looks like you've got like charcoal or pastel, and maybe getting it on your fingers and just sort of lightly smudging it onto the surface to get these areas of just slight gray and brown and pinks and purples, etc. That's cool. I like that. That's really nice. One thing is maybe on his beard here, he's missing, or on this side, right? It's slightly asymmetrical, which is possible. Maybe he's got darker hair on one side and lighter hair on the other side. It does look a little bit uneven, though. Great job. These are excellent. Here's one of Spider-Man. Now, I've got, like, I think 50 images here by MD. And again, there's still way more that I haven't even gotten to on the Facebook group. So if I spent 20 seconds talking about each one of these, we would be here for the next 6 hours just talking about your work. So we're going to kind of move through some of these a little bit faster. That's gorgeous. I love the whole process here. I love seeing how you completed these. These are great. Excellent, excellent. Love this. Yes, using our tutorial. I love this Obama here. I was just going to draw the hair, but damn, this man is so great. I couldn't resist trying to draw his face. That's, I think, a fantastic portrait of Barack Obama here. One thing is he does look young, right? I think partly it's because Obama does have big ears that come out, but they're almost a little bit too long. And that suggests that he might be a little bit younger, because little kids are going to have maybe slightly outsized ears. So they can come out, but they don't want to be too long. And it's the other thing is there's no real wrinkles on his face. And so this looks like, you know, you've got a little bit of almost like the gray, the salt and pepper in the hair, right? But then his face looks like he's 10 years old kind of thing. And especially Barack Obama, when his hair starts to go gray by the end of his time in office, he's, you know, got some bags under his eyes. You know, he's been around the sun a few times, right? And it's weathered him a bit. And so while this is I love this drawing. I'm not saying you need to do anything more to it, but if you want to get a little bit closer to his actual age, is to add some of those, you know, wrinkles, lines. You know, everybody, including myself, starts to see a few of those things in the mirror in the morning, right? I like these. The hair studies, great. These are fantastic. I like this. I'm not sure. This abstract image, that's fantastic. That ear, beautiful. Lips. Great, great. Love these. I feel like I remember doing some of those exercises. These are great. Another self-portrait. I think this neck is maybe a little bit narrow, right? I think the neck would probably come out a little bit more on either side. So it starts to give it a little bit more of a caricature quality. 1-point perspective. These are great. I love that. Great job on the portrait and the hand, the eye. Probably a bunch of people watching like, I remember doing all these. Look at all those eyes. I love these. I think some of these we didn't do in class, so I'd like to see that you continue doing more and more even when you, after the exercise was over. All right, that's beautiful. So lots of stuff here. So obviously there's kind of competing interests here of like anime and manga type of imagery, and then some other more traditional approaches, I would say. Oops. So what I would say is, you know, if you're really interested in anime and manga, is to dive into it and really look at some of the great anime art. I know there's a lot of people who watch this channel and who are really big into manga, constantly reading comics, manga comics, which is, you know, my students at Emily Carr University. You know, I would say 9 out of 10 students who are, you know, 18, 19, 20 years old are huge cartoon comic book fans and draw that almost primarily, which is great. That's sort of the opposite of it was when I was in art school 20 years ago. And so what I always tell them is like, learn about that medium. Like, there are some of the greatest artists of all time are manga artists. And manga isn't just something that was invented in the 60s or 50s. It's been around in Japanese culture for 500-600 years, right? And if you're like, what? Yeah, I mean, start doing a little bit of research. You'll find that there were artists drawing in that same sort of style 500 years ago. Like at the time of Leonardo da Vinci, there were artists using similar types of approaches way back then in Japan. And so looking up those artists, studying what they did and learning from them, and having no apologies. You don't have to draw different styles if you don't want to. Look at some of the great artists from the past and study from them, copy their art. There's nothing wrong with doing that. That's what artists have been doing for since we've been drawing on cave walls. Somebody put a handprint on a wall and somebody's like, I want to do that too. That looks cool. Okay, let me show you how to do that. No, I'm going to copy exactly what that hand is. In fact, maybe I'm going to put my hand over top of that hand. Dude, and right, that's how humans learn, right? So you don't, because sometimes I think there's a lot of people who want to draw comic styles who feel like, well, I still got to do more traditional way of doing it. Yeah, I mean, it's helpful to learn that, but it's also at some point just don't apologize. Just go off and do it, and do it well. So lots of great stuff in here. Okay. So we have here Mira's artwork. I think this was, ooh, whoa. Now I just hope I remember. I probably got it all upside down, didn't I? Probably like that, I think. I hope. Oh, and there's my daughter and I. We'll talk about that in a moment. So these are great. Excellent. Yeah, I mean, I love the way that the color is done. It's a little bit pixelated because of, you know, I've just enlarged it quite dramatically. I think these are from Instagram. Whoa, that is cool. It's hard to tell what I'm looking at, and zooming in is not going to help. Looks like probably acrylic paint on paper, I think. That is awesome. I love that. That is wild. Did you do that, Mira? That's great. Wow, I could see those as like really cool prints, like framed prints, but also like fabric. Like I could totally see this being reproduced on a big piece of fabric and maybe tiled so it repeats endlessly, and then turned into really cool robes and dresses, jackets. Like, I would walk around with a jacket with that type of pattern on it. Are you kidding me? People would stop you on the street and be like, dude, that is awesome. Wow, that's cool. I'm having to squint my eyes a little bit to kind of get rid of the pixelation, but wow, I love the way the sun is done. So I honestly am not super familiar with some of the images, so I can't really, I don't know how, you know, if they're based on other artists' work or these are entirely inspired by your own. I mean, obviously there's some motifs from Indian art here. These are really excellent. This also reminds me, there's I think she's Ukrainian-Canadian, Ola Volo, who's a Vancouver artist. Who does these big murals. But a lot of them are black and white. My daughter has a coloring book by Olivolo. Anyway, there's lots of videos you can watch on Olivolo. She kind of has a very similar kind of style in which there's sort of like almost like a Baroque approach to drawing, and Baroque is sort of like just filling things up with patterns and all sorts of stuff, where it's just like, whoa, the eye is, it's like psychedelic in the, it's just like an overwhelming amount of detail in the best way. Or, you know, some people, it's a maybe an acquired taste. There was obviously a whole revolt against Baroque art in art history, but and towards minimalism. These are fantastic. Way to go, Mira. Well done. Yeah, these are beautiful. I don't know what I would say to any of these here. I did want to... I thought this was funny. I posted this picture because I wanted to do today's episode last week, or last on Tuesday, and I got super sick. Both my daughter and I have been sick for on and off for the past month. It's just been a nightmare. She's feeling better today, or last couple days, knock on wood. But here's her playing with my glasses, as she does every morning, because I wear contacts now, but I wear my glasses in the morning. And she likes taking the glasses off my face, and that's why I'm kind of like, I can't even see my phone. Anyway, I posted that there because sort of later on, Paula did a reinterpretation of that image and posted that to the Facebook group, which I thought was just fantastic. I love this. It made me just like smile and laugh with delight. I think this is so fantastic. My daughter and I in a little boat with a swan gliding gracefully in front of us, and it kind of helps explain what my daughter's looking at when she's putting my glasses on. So I like that you've turned it into a story, right? That we've got just this image here of just the two of us, but then you've kind of said like, well, what would she be looking at if she's like, oh, she's got the glasses, oh, what am I seeing? Oh, it's a beautiful swan. So I like you created a whole story out of this. I also want to say too, like MD Aziz also was, you know, posted some pictures of my daughter and I from just a couple of years ago, drawing and doing one of the drawing classes together. I was hoping my daughter could join us today, but her and her mom have gone off for the day on an adventure, so they won't be joining us today. But let's keep on going here. I think I saw something. Nikki said like, I hope he's going to look at my stuff. Well, here we are, Nikki. Assuming this is the same Nikki that was in the chat there that I saw earlier, right? So here we have, actually, just before I move on, I'm gonna make a little note to myself. A couple things I want to talk about as we go on. Also, just checking the time, 12. Okay, so we've been at this for 2 hours already. How much longer do we want to go before people burn out? Maybe another hour? And goodness gracious, it won't even get me through half of the half that I got ready for today. Okay. Well, maybe, well, we'll see. I also know that not everyone's got infinite amount of time to watch these episodes. Although, of course, once they've aired, you can skip ahead. But, okay, so let's, Nikki has posted this. This is the initial drawing here of this Van Gogh. The White Wasabi says, I could go for another 2 hours. Wow, that is awesome, Nikki. Wow, it's cool to see the progress here. How you've gridded this out and used this diagonal grid. That's interesting. I've noticed in some of my drawing classes, students using this diagonal grid, you know, where we have intersecting grids like that and breaking things into like triangular shapes. I wonder where that comes from. That seems like there must be something going on in the YouTube or internet universe where this approach has been popularized by somebody. Because I mean, historically, I've seen a few people use that throughout art history, but I'm noticing students coming into class and there's like 5 or 6 people whereas I had never seen that at all up until maybe a year ago. So I'm just out of curiosity, Nikki. I'd be curious to know where that you first saw that approach, or if that's something you just stumbled on yourself. But this is beautiful. That's really cool. And again, this goes back to what I was saying a little bit earlier with the vase, right? When I was drawing this vase and getting these kind of oval shapes down here, right? It creates that the sense of volume as opposed to those blue lines which flatten everything down. Really well painted, you know, really nice attention to detail. What can I say here? I mean, honestly, you know, the way that you've painted this is almost too clean, too precise in a way. Like if we're looking at Van Gogh and the way that Van Gogh painted, he's painting very quickly and very emphatically with the brushstrokes. We see every single brushstroke when Van Gogh paints, and what you've done here is much more delicate and sensitive, which are all good things, right? It just creates a different type of image, which I think is actually really, really nice. I'm just saying, like, if you're interested in getting closer to Van Gogh, then maybe think about being a little bit more, you know, as I said, like emphatic, like the way he's like these slashing, dashing marks, right? Like versus yours, I feel like there's a gracefulness in here that I think absolutely gorgeous. But slightly different approaches. So it just depends on, whenever we're studying from a different artist, what is it that we want to take from that person, and what is it that we're just like, yeah, I'm just going to leave that there. No, but I'm going to take that. I'm going to take a little bit of that. And that's enough. That's all I need from that particular artist, right? So I think, but you know, it is one of those kind of aspects of Van Gogh's art that is very iconic, that we don't necessarily see so much in this painting. But either way, I'm just pointing out I think it's awesome. And I'm sure that there's dozens of other paintings you've done here, Nikki, in the past that are probably on the Facebook group that I haven't got a chance to get to yet, because there's still so much here. So I only have these 2 so far. Pretty much what I've done. I started working my way from the newest stuff, and I was going to go all the way back to our last episode, and then I got basically halfway through February and realized I've been doing this for like 8 hours, and I'm only back to mid-February, a month. So then I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go back to mid-December and catch my way up, and now I've only gotten to like the end of December. So basically we have January through mid-February. None of that stuff we're going to see today. That'll be in a future episode. So my apologies. But yeah, Nikki says, I tried my best. It's because I don't know how to draw, you know. That's why I did traceable. I just did it by myself, using that diagonal grid. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I just find it so fascinating. There's, I don't know, maybe something in the air, in the ether, or something that is promoting that particular approach. But you know, as I always say, like, if it works, keep on doing it. Right? I mean, I think it's always interesting to try different techniques and different theories, approaches, which is what we do in these master study classes, studying from literally hundreds of different artists, trying as many different approaches as possible. And then ideally, a couple of those are really going to connect with each one of you. And they're probably going to be different artists that connect with each one of you. And that's a good thing. And just sort of seeing, oh, I never would have, because I hear all the time, I never would have thought this would have been an interesting artist to study from. And yet now I'm painting with this style and I'm thinking, this might be my style. This might be the one I've been looking for this whole time. And so when we sort of just kind of get out of that box of what we should be doing or what we think is good and then just experiment, walk a little bit in somebody else's shoes for a while, I find myself always being really surprised. Which is one of the great joys for me personally of doing these episodes, is how often, you know, obviously these are all artists that I really, really like, some certainly more than others. And there's been many instances where I've done it, like, this is, I think, a really important artist, an artist I like, but not really one of my favorite artists. And they're certainly using a style that I never use. And then as I'm doing it, I'm like, whoa, I've really never painted this. Like, just the painting our most recent painting, which is upstairs, the White Orchids by Henrietta Shore. We've never done a painting like that before, and I've never painted a painting like that before. Maybe I might have done something like that in high school, perhaps, using her particular approach, and then realizing, this is interesting. Okay, I'm taking that idea, putting it in my back pocket, and then whenever I might need it again, well, I've used that. I know it's like having a tool in your toolbox, right? Maybe you don't use it very often, but it's nice to know that if you need it, okay, I can dig through all those tools and find that one. I've got it, ready to use. Okay, let's move on here to Pascal's artwork. Pascal, like Paula, has been always super active on the Facebook group. I love this and all the artwork that's been created. And we got tons of stuff here as well, Pascal, so I don't mean to go through these too fast. We'll go back and look at a few of these. But again, it would take quite a while to go through all of them. Okay, so Pascaline, you'll be up next there. So, so let's kind of start here. Ooh, I'm starting to get a little chilly. You know what? I'm gonna put a hockey jersey on here. I'm a hockey jersey and hockey fan. Let me mute this microphone. Okay, so I'm a big hockey fan, and I've got all these hockey jerseys that usually this is what I do at night, is I put on one of my hockey jerseys and I draw, since it's freezing cold in my studio all of a sudden. It's pouring rain outside, so forgive me for indulging myself with one of my jerseys here. I love how this one looks, and it's got lots of really cool texture. Anyway, so, Pascal, I think we've had a few conversations, or you've posted a little bit about a group of artists called Les Nabis. which were kind of similar when I was talking about Der Blue Rider, kind of a same like Franz Marc and Kandinsky. Not the same, but similar use of color, and also like, you know, like Pierre Bonnard, Maurice Denis, Felix Vallotton, Roussel, Vuillard, yeah, but also, you know, often also associated with Matisse. Matisse was certainly not a member of this group, but probably was certainly very influenced by them. And Gauguin was a huge influence on this group of artists. But I can really see either these are works directly by Les Nabis artists, or you're almost sort of using that approach to create or recreate some of these artworks. And I think partly it's because one of the big features of that group of artists is kind of you know, these spaces and people that are like the Impressionists, sort of less defined, right? There's kind of a like a lack of graphic definition, in the sense that Picasso, for instance, is considered to be sort of like the great draftsman of the 20th century. Like, lines everywhere. Picasso, there's not a Picasso that isn't just full of lines, right? Picasso draws with paint, as opposed to Matisse sort of paints with color, or draws with color, right? Like, there's often a lot of Matisse paintings that have very few lines, and which seems kind of contradictory towards the end of his life, where he's like pure line or cutting with paper. But like here, these, like this Vuillard, like these figures that sort of kind of, you know, lack eyes and fingers, and they just sort of turn into these sort of blobby kind of shapes. I mean that in the best. In, I think, November, we're doing like 2 weeks focused on these artists, because a bunch of them have birthdays all around that time. So I was like, oh, let's just do a whole like couple of weeks focused on Les Nabis. And so anyway, Pascal, you'll love that, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's just kind of go through some of these. I like these. Again, you know, we lack some of the definition in the face and maybe in the background, and so one could say, well, let's add more of that, or one could also say, well, let's take even more away. Let's make it even less defined, more abstract. Here's a Paul Klee. That's great. And there's a bunch of, I think, a few Mondigliani paintings he did. That's a really nice one. We are also doing a bunch of Mondigliani, I think, in July. I can't remember the schedule, but which we were going to do last July. And then I sort of moved everything forward. I took a bit of a break last summer. This is excellent. I think maybe one thing with this is her lips are a little bit wide. Her whole mouth is wide. Which, if you recall, there was that, I showed that drawing that MD Aziz uploaded with me holding, you know, a couple pencils like this. I'm gonna get under my, right, and if we look at the, where your, this is, try to do this in the, right, okay. So you see, if I align these pencils, if I align these pencils with my eyes, right, they drop down. to the edges of my lips. Right? Whereas yours, the edges of the mouth roughly almost align with the edge of the eyes, which makes that mouth really, really wide. You know, there's certain people who have very big lips and wide mouths, but that is less common for sure. You know, I can think of a couple of models, perhaps. Sometimes people who have maybe got overdid it with the collagen injections or Botox or whatever. But usually that's coming forward and not wider. But I think that, you know, this is really lovely. I think a lot of the color on the face is really, really well executed. This rooster is great. That's a Picasso, okay. I think, again, even Picasso did stuff in the background here. So we spend all this beautiful time and energy on the rooster, and then the background is just sort of quickly, kind of a little bit absent-mindedly filled in here. Like, what if we added something in here? Like, I could see, you know, a beautiful blue or yellow, paint a solid yellow right over top of all that. I think would look really, really nice. Here's this one Muraux. What a wild painting. And then your version, I think, is fantastic, too. I mean, that's a strange painting, the original, isn't it? That's wild. That would be a fun one to do, too, wouldn't it? This is good. One thing I would say is maybe this little bit of darkness under her eyes, and also even on her neck, is making her look a little bit older than she actually is, right? Here, like, I get the sense that maybe she's either like a little girl or maybe like 12. There's anywhere between, let's say, oh, it says portrait of a young girl. Okay, so she could be anywhere between 12 and 22 or something, right? And then versus yours, she now looks maybe like she's 30, right? Just by adding some of these kind of darker areas under her eyes and her neck. So I think just kind of softening those things up is going to make her look much younger. Here's this sketch for our Palmer Hayden. Oh, here's Bonnard. So here's Bonnard is one of the great Les Nabis artists. Yeah, I think even going for less definition might be something to kind of really play with. Here's your version of a Chagall painting that you framed, which is awesome. I love when people take their art and then frame it. In fact, I'll just share this with you. So I've got a bunch of these things, and I'm not sponsored or paid by anybody to do this, but I've ordered these off of Amazon, and I have them upstairs in my living room for a way of I'll just you can see the name of this thing, this articulate. So these frames here are made for, like, exhibiting art by little kids, and so you can kind of slide these blocks come out, and you could just slide, you know, art that's made on paper and construction paper with, you know, glitter and all that kind of stuff on there. But they also fit our paintings, 9x12 paintings, perfectly. And so you can slide a painting into this, and then this just hangs on your wall, right? And it's really awesome for being able to display paintings we've made in class. So I have a whole bunch of these, and I can't remember. This might cost maybe like $70 or something for this. They make ones that are just 2 of them or 1 of them. I've got 1 of them that I've been meaning to kind of hang in here, and I've even been thinking of putting this behind me there, maybe, so that every episode I could put different things in there. And then I started thinking, like, oh my goodness, every episode I'll be so stressed out about which painting I'm going to put in there, and I'm like, maybe I'll just think about it a little bit longer. But anyway, I love, Pascal, that you framed your artwork so that you can exhibit it and share it, because as soon as you put a frame on something, it transforms it. Like, you're literally saying to the world, like, this is something that I'm going I'm kind of like taking it out of its original context, which might be the studio and the mess of paint. I'm taking it out and I'm reframing it. I'm separating it from the mess of the world, kind of protecting it in a little bit, giving it a bit of a bubble, so that and I'm highlighting it to share and showcase with myself, my friends, my community, the world, and so on and so forth, right? So having a frame and can totally transform a drawing. I guarantee you, especially even if you've got a drawing you're not so happy with, just try tear it out of your sketchbook before you throw it in the garbage, put it into a frame, and put that frame onto your wall, and then just watch how, and just leave it there for a few weeks and watch how people interact with it. Even watch how you interact with it. All of a sudden you're like, oh, this could be like a sketch by Picasso that he just tossed and threw away. And here you're saying there's something unique and something special about it. Look a little bit more closely at it. White Wasabi's, are you going to get through everyone's art? Well, I'm trying. I don't know if I have anything of yours on here, White Wasabi, unless you have use a different name on the group. Here's Mushroom by Victor Hugo. Interesting. I didn't know Victor Hugo made paintings. Okay, but that's your version of it. That's awesome. Victor Hugo being a very famous author. I love this. This is Rene Magritte. Homesickness. I'm not aware of this Magritte painting. Interesting. That's wild. And a Roy Lichtenstein painting. That's beautiful. We did that episode where we were talking about his technique. And, oops. Departure at Sea. Cool. I wonder if this is based on your own imagination or on somebody else's artwork. I don't know. And then Mary Cassatt as well. Lots of awesome stuff here, Pascal. Well done. Okay, so let's move forward here. Pascaline. And this is a great version of Van Gogh's Cafe Terrace at Night, right, where Charmaine was just recently and took some photos of her there, right, from earlier on in today's episode. That is really cool. Really great job. I don't know if I have anything to offer. I think maybe something around these chairs and tables, maybe just a little bit of an outline around them. And I feel like the corner of this building, we have the corner as something, I could be wrong, but does it not turn here somewhere? I'd have to take a look at the original. In fact, Oh, I guess that's what Van Gogh himself did. Huh. One thing, though, is you can see that he's got this kind of... there is a shift in value between light and slightly darker here. So let's just take a look. Yeah, what we need to do is just, if we imagine this line on the right here, carry that up to the top, and then just slightly darken this side. I know it's super nitpicky, but that's what we're here for, right? Here's another one, Pascaline's dog here. Gandhi, my Sichon. Is Sichon like a breed of dog? Maybe that's the way it's always been written. I never noticed, but that is a beautiful painting. First of all, I love the way that you painted the face, the nose, the eyes, those reflections. That is awesome. Now it looks like this is like a doll that it's in between the paws of the dog. And that's where I would say it's a little bit unclear. I mean, I'm not saying you want to redo this painting, but it does feel like maybe in the future, just thinking about that part of your composition, in that I think we want to see the ends of these paws. I think potentially, like if I just. We have your dog. I kind of feel like we have a situation like this, and maybe a leg here. Where I got his big nose. Right, your collar. And then this, and who knows how the body goes. Maybe it's so. I guess maybe I'll zoom in. Well, maybe actually here. What I would say is, how do we want to frame this? Like currently. What you've got is you've sort of chopped that off here. My instinct would be more, if I'm using the same sort of frame, would be to push that whole image up, because you've got this empty blue space here. So. And yet you're cropped off the hands. So you might say, well, this is the photograph I had, I was working from, and that's what I painted from. I'd say, okay, well, that's okay. But sometimes we might have to use our imagination to fill in that gap, what those paws would look like, even though if they're not in the photograph. So, because it's, and also, again, potentially a little bit, let's say there's a couch or something, right? So maybe we've got lines like this on the couch, and then we've got, let's say, a pattern right, so that this creates, like, it helps define what that space might be. Perhaps. That's not saying that all of that's there, but that's kind of like a theme that throughout today's episode, where we've been talking about, like, well, maybe adding a little bit, giving a little more attention to our backgrounds. I love this here. This is from New Year's. Pascaline uploaded this photograph. hugging the dog. I love that. Here's a version of this, I think a Marc Chagall, right? So that's great. Did you do that, Pascaline? That is really beautiful. How? That's great. Really nice. Really nice kind of splatters of paint, mixing, right? Even just that little bit of blue and stuff there on the face. Ah, it's great. Excellent job. I really like that one a lot. Pascaline also did this Peppa Pig one that we did a while ago. That turned out great. The colors are nice and saturated. I love that. Really cool. And then this one is gorgeous. Wow. Oof. That's excellent. Really cool. Is this based on anything, or where did you come up with that image? That is really neat. Huh. I really like that. Oh, Nikki says, you're amazing around the world teacher. Okay. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. This is also, I think, really cool what Pascaline has done here. We've got Paul Klee's cat, and then you're like, well, I thought you might need a little girlfriend, so I created another cat. That is so cool. What a fun idea. I could see that being a really fun career for an artist, like, or a theme of a body of artwork. Like if one said, I'm going to paint the hypothetical partners for some of the most famous paintings in history. Like, what would, the Mona Lisa, what would, who's the Mona Lisa's boyfriend or girlfriend or cat or dog or fish? What would they look like, right? Like, is the Mona Lisa, is she being painted, and then, every day at 2 o'clock, this motorcycle rolls up and this big, guy wanders into Leonardo's studio like, hey, Mona, come on, we're getting on the Harley, we're going for a ride. Right? Like, what would the Mona Lisa's boyfriend look like? Her Harley riding boyfriend? Or what would Mona's, or maybe she doesn't have, she's totally happy being single, totally fine, and she's got 5 cats, or she's got a surfboard, or or she's got a daughter, or what? Imagine sort of creating those hypothetical images. I think it could be really fascinating. And so I love your strategy here to create this imaginary space. Anyway, I want to move on here. What I did think was really nice, Pascaline, is how you talked about adding like a hanging mechanism on the back of your artwork, just like I was showing with this frame I have here, and shared that to the Facebook group. And you're saying, so your partner doesn't like it when you put nails into the wall. Well, we're lucky now that there's all these technologies where you can put something on the wall and you can kind of take it off the wall without tearing off the paint or putting a hole in the wall. These stickers that will only come off in a certain way if you have to pull the tab in a certain way. You can find them at Home Depot. I'm sure I've probably got a whole bunch of them somewhere around here. The studio's a mess. And then here's, I think, our last one by Pascaline is this Thomas Kincaid Christmas painting. Great job. That is awesome. I love how icy and wet those steps look. I mean, somebody's got to get out there and put some salt on those steps, don't you think? My goodness. Might not be a happy Christmas for someone, but I mean that in the best way. That seeing those reflections there is like a sign of strength in the work. So great job. Okay, let's push on. Okay, we'll skip that one. Oh, and Holly. You know what? There's a few. I'm going to skip a few of these things with Holly because we'll come back and talk about these maybe next episode. There's a lot of stuff here that I want to talk about in more detail, including your versions here of Keanu, because it's gone through a few different transformations over time, right? So, but one thing I do just wanted to highlight here is I love that you created sort of this big wall of your favorite works that you made over the past year. I think that would be, you know, often people do those sorts of things at the end of the year as a little bit of a reflection on how far we've come. And I think that's a good idea for all of us to do, you know, once a year, just to spend a little moment looking back at how far we've all grown. Because sometimes it feels like, I don't like this didn't turn out. And then you look at something you did a year ago and you're like, oh, that's where I was a year. Whoa. Okay, I just thought I was at the same place and I've just been going around in circles, but I've really covered a lot of ground. So taking a moment to kind of look back at some of your previous work, I think can only be beneficial. So I guess there is this one here that Holly included. And we saw, maybe in the last feedback episode, an earlier version of this that was still being, was still being created. That has turned out so cool, Holly. Yeah, that really, I honestly don't remember what it looked like before. But if this is what its final state is, then that is really spectacular. I love the pinks and purples and blues and that subtle transition between them. The Christmas tree is really well done. I like how we see there's darker areas within, and then it's, you know, we have the light kind of snow on top. And this figure putting the star on the top of the Christmas tree. Beautiful. Great job. Okay, let's keep on moving forward here. Isaac. Okay. Sorry. That's great. Okay, so a bunch of more drawings here. So Isaac's drawings. That is gorgeous. I love this one. And look at how adorable this little tiny penguin is. You know, he's sort of his mom's delicately touching the back of his head, and he's kind of like, with glee. That's so beautiful. Right? It's so universal. We look at that and we're like, oh, I love that. I remember, yeah, we all love our moms when they give us attention, scratch our backs and our heads. Here's Isaac's drawing of some fruit. That's great. The one thing I would say is maybe if we could push the darks just a little bit more, and maybe that requires buying a darker pencil, like a B or a 2B, to kind of get some dark pencil marks in here that we don't maybe currently have. And so we would see some of that at the bottom of the lemon here. Literally where the lemon touches the table would probably be the darkest place. And then there's going to be, just like you've done here, a great job of, you've got that reflected light, a little bit of light in the darker area, and then in this area it gets darker again. You got a bit of that stem, but let's push it a little further. that looks kind of like a Taylor Swift. Am I right? I think this drawing is fantastic. A couple of things. One is, I feel like there should be a little bit more hair right on this side of the head. Maybe just a little bit, just a tiny bit. It just makes this look like, because that's probably, like, her head is probably right here. Right, so that makes it look like, you know, part of, you know, that is, you know, she's got all this big hair coming off in this direction, right? But that this area right there is just like glued down. So I think we need more volume on her hair right there. The other thing too is like her arm. I mean, we do have her armpit at the very bottom, but it's so small that it's, you know, at first when I saw it, I didn't even see her armpit. I just saw this really big, wide arm. And that's an instance where I think I would say to myself, well, because you might say, well, that's exactly what the photo looked like. I literally measured it. I'd say, okay, well, yeah, but the way that it's drawn, it's sort of making her look, her arm look wider than it might be. So our role as an artist is to clarify things. So either making it, drawing it in, or darkening it. In fact, I'd say almost inevitably it's going to be a little bit higher in here, kind of where this is. And this is also the other arm on that side. I mean, I'm just nitpicking here because I think you're like 5% away from like a one of your best drawings of all time. And so how can we get over that last little hurdle to make it as close to like exceptional as possible? Great job on this little chipmunk here, or squirrel. I might even try to define those fingers a little bit more, because that's one of the more impressive or scary parts of little chipmunks is those little fingers that they have, and sort of maybe just a little line or two in between. I think there could be a bigger highlight on that eye, and just erasing a little bit more, because that is going to show that eyeball is reflective, that it's shiny and wet, right? I love this one. He said, I made this for a good friend of mine, these praying hands. Right? And I think we, in one of our drawing episodes, did we do this drawing? This famous Albrecht Dürer sketch of the praying hands, one of the most reproduced images of all time. People get it on tattoos and they have no idea where this image comes from. Well, it's a drawing made 500 years ago. And I think again, I probably mentioned in that episode, it's like, we often think we need to come up with the most elaborate image source. It's got to be super high concept. And then you look at like some of the most famous images throughout art history are really simple. Like they're not overly complex at all. They're just two hands praying. And how that can be the source of an image that lasts for 500 years, right? And that hand reaching through the paper, that's fantastic. I love that. Great job. Really nice job with drawing a hand coming forward like that is tricky because it involves what we call foreshortening. Right, giving the illusion that some things are closer to others, making things bigger than they really are. I think maybe we could even increase that. So making, let's say, this fingertip even bigger. Same thing with this thumb. You know, it's in proportion, yes, to the rest of the thumb or in the hand, but because it's coming towards us, right? You know, we want that to be bigger, right? Like the tip of this finger, of my thumb, should be out of proportion to the rest of my hand, right? And especially if it's kind of coming in, well, it's going to look a little bit more stubby, but make it bigger. Oops, where am I? There we are. Where am I? Okay. Absolutely awesome job. Great job, Isaac. Thanks for sending those in. Janeki? Janiki? Jenke? Maybe? I'm not sure how we would pronounce that. You tell me. I think she was here earlier. I don't know if they're still there. But I love this panda bear here. And you know, like a lot of people, when they post images, are a little bit like, I wish it was better, you know, and so on and so forth. And it's like, what? People in the Facebook group are like, it's great. What are you talking about? Don't be so hard on yourself. It's fantastic. Take pride in it. So, what do I have to say here? This paw, there's something, because it looks, you know, the way that paw, it sort of looks like it's, oops, let's bring, it's kind of awkwardly raised, right? Like, I don't know if it would be quite so high. I think it's more probably like that. I know it's like a simple kind of thing, but it's probably would just be a matter of darkening under here and maybe not showing quite as many of the claws of the right. Maybe only a couple. Like, maybe I'll just show you what I mean. So, what I would probably do is have maybe even that's still too much. I'd probably have something a little bit more like that. So, because this is actually more closely to what you've got, and I think just rotating it from being really open to a little bit more like I've done here, or a bit of a side. I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's probably also possible that, you know, pandas might walk on the edges of their hands and then roll them in. I have no idea. And that's, having said all that, you know, I just said don't be so hard on yourself, and here I'm kind of nitpicking. I just mean that, you know, I think you're really close to a really amazing drawing here, and I think you're, you know, what I got a sense of on the Facebook comment was that you're like, I was just like, it's not, kind of bummed a little bit, and it's like, pff, this is really amazing. It's an achievement, and let's celebrate the achievement and not, you know, maybe the 1% where we've kind of fell short, or if we believe we fell short. Sometimes we haven't. We've done like a much better job than maybe we think we've done. Where is this here? You know, so you see something kind of floating in your periphery. Yeah, I think this is great. I also really like the way that you've colored it. You know, the sensitivity with the coloring pencil is really nice. That very subtle shading. The little bits of brown that you've included in the fur That is a really nice attention to detail. Like, some people would probably just color that panda bear with black and white. And it looks like even there's maybe a little bit of blue or purple under there, which is even more special. Great, great job. And this is gorgeous. Oh my goodness. I said after hours of shading, this is what I got. Ooh, oops, come on. And I think that's really well worth it. You know, so you could see it's, when I talked about it being, adding darkness right next to the object itself, right? That's where we're going to see the darkest areas, and you've done an exceptional job with that. And also, I should also say, the way you photographed this is also very nice. Your sketchbook there with the pencils kind of very artfully organized. That's one of the, at the university I teach at, when my students document work, you know, sometimes they'll take photographs of their sketchbook and stuff, and I say, okay, there's, and it's, but it's kind of only, like often I'll show you what I see all the time. I'm constantly getting assignments, or people do presentations and they show artwork like this. And I say to myself, I say to them, well, you know, I would much rather, I want to see either that, or I want to see that, right? It's like seeing the spirals just kind of partly there drives me absolutely bonkers, because it cheapens the artwork. And, you know, you can, there's nothing, I don't think there's anything morally wrong with cropping out, and so that people don't know it was done in your sketchbook. You know, there's lots of great things that people create in their sketchbook and they scan and make posters of. It doesn't have to be on a really nice piece of paper, especially these days where everything's kind of, you know, ultimately often ends up in a digital format. So you can crop it out, or like what you've done is include those pencils in there. Sometimes there's pencil shavings, maybe there's, you know, a coffee cup or a flower next to it. Think of like how you can really, you know, take some spectacular documentation of your work just by doing a quick little arrangement of objects, or what we might call a flat lay. In fact, I just want to, I think it's maybe just worth just mentioning. Flat lay is, you know, we see this kind of stuff. It's quite popular to see this kind of stuff on Instagram or something. You know, people kind of do a really nice, neat arrangement of things on a table. You know, maybe there's a map and a camera, you know, magnifying glass. It could be like the stuff on your bed, on your summer vacation kind of thing, like your notebook again. So lots of different ways that we can go about this, but it's just taking that extra little moment to organize things, which I think you did a really fantastic job of doing there, Janeki, right? And there's Sarah says, finally caught a live show. Hello from Australia. Love your videos. Thank you so much for saying so. That's really cool, Sarah. Great to have you on the live episode. Okay, here's another one of this drawing from the perspective class. That is awesome. The last time I did something in 1-point perspective was 40 years ago in high school. Well, that is exceptional. Look at that. That's a great drawing. This could make for a beautifully framed image as it is. It could also be the exceptional beginning to a really great painting. And yeah, you know, I think we began today's class, you recall, with like me doing a sketch of you know, of this building. And so we've talked about 1-point perspective a number of times, and one of the things that I often tell people is 8 out of 10 times when you're doing a drawing or a painting, and there's a quote-unquote problem with it, if in fact you do see it as a problem, because sometimes the perspective being a little bit wonky adds something to the image. It doesn't have to be quote-unquote perfect, but often what people are most frustrated is the perspective is off. And if you just nothing else watch those couple of episodes I did on perspective for the drawing class, I think people would find that really empowering. I've taught an entire 6-credit, 12-session course at university on perspective, so it's something that can be kind of endlessly complex, you know. And in the classes I taught, I just did two-hour. I think there's two episodes on perspective, and I've taught. You know, the course I teach is what, 6 times 12, which is, I don't know how many hours that is. So obviously, and even there, that's just, I feel like by the time that course is over, we've only just touched the surface of things. Well, it would be well worth people's time to investigate a little bit more in perspective. Let's go here to Jason's work here. Wow. Jason, that's great. First of all, I love your signature. That is wild. I like how there's kind of, you've used the A and the G in your last name to kind of create, there's a little bit of symmetry there that's really satisfying. Same thing with the W and the N. It's almost like they're inverted. So there's something really kind of nice about the signature you developed for yourself. This is wild, that dinosaur. All the blood dripping everywhere. That's great. And that is cool. This portrait. Wow. Did we do this in the drawing class? Maybe. Because it kind of looks like the way sometimes I draw hair. And here's another one. That's great. Wow. Those are awesome. Really great drawings. That's got to be so satisfying for people, you know, to learn to draw. I think is just, it's so empowering to have that skill, which so many people think is just, you know, you have to be born with. And I think if you've done even just a few of those episodes of that drawing course, you quickly realize it's just a skill like anything else. It's just like learning how to read. It's like learning how to walk or ride a bicycle. There's not certain people that are born being able to ride a bicycle better than others. No one knows how to ride a bicycle right out of the womb, right? So it's just like drawing and painting. Anybody can learn how to do this stuff. Okay, Jillian. This is a painting uploaded for Christmas. That is great. You know what's nice about this is I like this, how the pathway, it really gives that sense of a pathway that is, you know, somebody's been very neglectful about shoveling this pathway here. You know, they would probably, here in Canada, you get a fine if you like. But seriously, it sort of, you know, reminds me of, let's say, you know, a pathway that people have made through a field in the middle of winter, and it's kind of got maybe sometimes a little bit icy. You know, I'm kind of somebody who might actually walk along the fringes here because I might be a little afraid this has got a little bit too muddy and icy, and I'm gonna slip and fall here. But that's something I really kind of dial into on this painting. Other things, the architecture in the background is awesome, and these ducks, that's pretty funny. Like, what are those ducks doing in the middle of winter, waddling through this icy landscape? Guys, go south, get out of town, go join your friends in Florida for a few months. The one thing I would say is, and this tree on the right, that's gorgeous. I love the way that you've kind of wrapped lines around, to simulate the shape of even and the texture of the bark. One thing I would say is maybe the tree on the left, like where's the light in this picture coming from? I think it's in the top right here. So maybe on the far left we would start seeing a little bit of gray poking in more and more. And that's going to really create a little bit more definition, because the right side's therefore going to have more light. Because yeah, we see the shadow underneath, right? So where's the darker side on the left side of that tree? That would be what I would say. I like that. Okay, so here's another artist. Carrie posted some stuff on Facebook, and this is from our last feedback session. And I can't remember who posted this photograph, because I don't think they had realized that I had talked about their work in a previous feedback episode, and took some great pleasure out of how confused I was by their art. I would say I just was, I often, when I'm looking at art, I tried to kind of think like, what is what's what am I looking at? What is the story? When I took a teaching fellowship program after I graduated from my graduate program down in Los Angeles at the Art Center in LA, and I then took the teaching fellowship at the Armory Center for the Arts. And one of the things we were learning, like strategies that you can use to talk to children about art. So we would take like field trip groups of kids through an art museum, and like sit them down in front of a painting, and literally what we would just do is just like is kind of answer like the who, what, where, when, why, how kind of stuff, right? Like we might start by like what do we see here? What is in this painting, right? People, and here we just go like, oh, we see buildings. It looks kind of residential, and then yet there's a gas station, and then we see some power lines and some more buildings, and oh, there's a Shell station like logo over here. We see some lamps. It's obviously and you're like, okay, so those are some elements, right? And then we also see these kind of ghostly figures in the foreground. Okay, so that's what we see. So then, like what time of day does this painting take place, or when was it created? Well, we know it was in this class. It was created, over the past year, maybe, right? But we also know that it's at night. It's a nighttime scene, right? And so we now know, or we started examining what and when. And then, and where starts to kind of form out of those things. Well, we've got, probably some sort of, this is not in the future or the deep past. This is probably around today, current contemporary image. And it's like in a small town, perhaps, right? We don't have skyscrapers, so it's maybe not New York. But it's also not in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the countryside. There's some urban architecture here, and with all those power lines. So we're kind of being like a detective, starting to kind of break the image down. And when we start doing this kind of stuff, it's as we go, it starts leading to higher and higher types of discussion. Where eventually, so we've got what, where, when, and then we can talk about who, right? Then maybe who becomes like, who is in the picture? What are these kind of forms at the bottom? And then who, in terms of the artist, is this made by, like a person living in Canada or India or China? And what does that person and their background their culture, community, what does that add in terms of the story to this piece? Because people from all over the world are going to kind of approach things a little bit differently and bring different types of, contexts, imagery, approaches to a painting. So now we got who, what, where, when, and then we can talk about how. Like, how was it created? Well, it was done with paint as opposed to sculpture or music or dance, and so on and so forth, right? And specifically, maybe acrylic paint, and it's painted in a particular kind of style, right? It's not like splattered paint, and it's not like a photorealistic painting, right? So that's also now telling us some more information. And then ultimately we get to the why, right? Like, why was it painting? What was the artist trying to say here? What is the story? What is the idea? All those kinds of things. So, when I'm looking at anybody's artwork, I'm doing the same sort of thing. I'm thinking like, who, what, where, when, why, how. And I'm running through those details in my mind as I look at any of these artworks. And sometimes things are more readily apparent, and like a detective walks into a crime scene and is like, okay, it's pretty clear what happened here. Case closed. Let's go for lunch, everybody. And then there's other times you're like, you got to be like Columbo or Sherlock Holmes or what was Angela Lansbury's character in Murder, She Wrote? Jessica Fletcher. The fact that I know that tells you a lot about me. Any of those kinds, or Monk, or Law and Order, whatever it might happen to be. There's literally one of my favorite exhibitions of all time. It was so there's this is the exhibition catalog, Scene of the Crime. Ralph Rugoff. Anyway, the reason I mention why it's kind of why is there not? This is kind of a life-changing exhibition for me, seeing this show and reading the catalog, because really what the thesis of this book and the show was about was the idea of looking at any artwork like a crime scene. And you walk in, and the idea is that you look at a painting as sort of the crime scene, and you're trying to work your way back to the murderer or the artist, and to try to figure out like how they made this crime, right? What was the motivation? How was it done? Why, like how, who, what, where, when, why, how, etc. So anyway, long tangent I just went on there, but just sort of showing that that's sort of my strategy for looking at art, and it's a great way of looking at art in order to talk to little kids about things. In fact, it's a great way of talking about art made by little kids. And this is not just something I came up with. Again, this is things that I learned from a teaching fellowship that I did after college, which has helped me become a teacher, is so for instance, a little tip, if you've got little kids, or whether they're your kids or your grandchildren, is rather than just to look at the painting and go like, oh, is that a dog? Or is that you? or and is to like is to ask that that child, like, tell me about this. Tell me. Oh, cool. Tell me who's. Tell me all, like, get them to explain things, because often what can be really discouraging for a little kid is, you know, it might just be, you know, very abstract. Excuse me. Like a little kid's drawing might be very abstract, and for you to then go like, oh, is that like a dog? And they're like, no, that's a spaceship. Oh, that's, I feel really bummed that you don't get what it is. I thought it was pretty obvious, right? So, you kind of want to avoid just labeling and naming things, because you're probably going to get it wrong. You want them. You want to solicit that information from them. You want them to tell you what it is, so that you're not making that mistake and making them feel bad for not being able to communicate their ideas more clearly, right? So if they say, oh yeah, that's a spaceship, and you're like, like, wow, it doesn't look like any spaceship I've ever seen, you know, then it's like, oh, I'm glad I didn't asked if that was a dog. That would be really embarrassing. Just imagine if I said that about any of your work, right? So, yeah, wow, that's a bit of a detour here. Let me look at, whoa, 112. And I haven't even had breakfast yet. So, oh my goodness, look at all these things. Oh my, how many? Okay, well, you know, maybe this is doable. Maybe we'll be able to get through everything I want. It's going to take us another hour, I think. But okay, so let's continue. That is awesome. So this is, I'm pushing myself more to grow and develop. I'm a self-taught artist. This is a photograph my friend shared of Quito, Ecuador. The city at night, and it inspired me to paint. Wow. That's cool. I love this sort of the road as it goes up the hill, and there's these figures, maybe statues on top of the mountain. The city at night and all these buildings. There are definitely some areas of like the perspective here being, you know, maybe a little bit wonky. That's okay. What I would probably say in the future is don't worry about drawing the entire building. Just draw parts of it. Like, allow it to stay in little dots like that. And then take my perspective class and work on perspective a little bit more. I think the composition, though, is really effective, and the colors are super, you know, really well done. It's hard to paint something, you know, at night, because we don't really see things quite like that at night. Great. Yeah, what else I don't know what to say more about that. Ooh, that's wild. Carrie says pricing tips. Wants to sell some work and pricing tips. Okay, do I want to get into this right now? I do a whole class talking about this with my students, my university students at art college. Long story short, when it comes to like pricing your art, is you want to do yourself justice for the amount of time and energy you put into something. So, literally, what I have students do is like think about your time. So the first thing is like your time. How much time did you put in? Well, maybe let's say you spent 4 hours, and I'd say, you know, times $20, right? You know, minimum wage wherever it is, perhaps, right? And so what? That's $80 right there, right? That's your time. You got your materials, and let's say it's just a little bit of paint you know, and literally, I'm just kind of going quickly here, but what I would do is think about, like, okay, let's, you know, you spent $100 on your paint. Obviously, you're not using $100, but you're using a small portion of it. Like, you think about the paint tubes that you buy, and how often you're replenishing those tubes, and maybe every 6 months you have to buy new tubes of paint, and therefore, you know, you've got 100 canvases, and each canvas, you know, you can make with $100 worth of paint, you can do 100 canvases, let's say. So basically, ultimately, long story short, it works out to, let's say, $1 of materials, right? And that might also not only, so you got, let's say, your paint, but you've got canvas, and let's say that canvas is $5. And then you've got studio, right? I mean, this is what the government does when it comes to taxes. If you got a home studio, you know, and let's say you pay $1,000 rent per month on this space for the entire apartment, well, and you're using your kitchen table 2 nights out of the 30 days a month or something, right? And so you do the math. I'm an artist, not a mathematician, but let's say this comes out to, you know, another $10. So you got time, materials, studio, and then kind of the last one here is maybe experience. And this just is based on your own level of ability and how long you've been making art. But and so this is what's going to make this overall price go up. But let's say here right now we've got, what, $95. Right, so on its own, I would say probably your base price would be about $95, right? Because you're going to want to, if you want to survive as an artist, you've got to be able to pay your studio. And your studio might be, again, your kitchen table or your bathroom or your bed, whatever it is. And yes, you sleep in that bed every night, but you're also using it as your studio space. So how much is that costing you? You know, and then you can also factor in all sorts of things like travel, right? Maybe you got to drive to your studio, or you got to drive to get supplies, right? Maybe you got time to go buy supplies and gather those kinds of things. Maybe it's not just 4 hours of sitting and painting, but there's research and all that kind of stuff. So time can get more and more complex. And then so this can make that price go up. Now you might say, well, I'm just a beginner artist. Why no one's going to buy my painting for $95? Okay, yeah, I get it. So maybe that price starts coming down, and we're starting to cut into these sort of things, and we start losing money. So maybe you say, well, I don't know, maybe I don't feel comfortable selling it for $95. Maybe I'll sell it for $50, perhaps, and I'll try to work my way up to that part. The thing is that people are always used to bargaining, and people are going to bargain you down on whatever price anyway. So you put $50 on here, there's going to be somebody, well, how about I'll give you $25? You're like, oh my goodness, well, that's not even covering my time, and it barely covers my supplies. And the number just keeps on getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until, like, you're basically giving your art away, which is fine, right? Giving art as a gift, I do it all the time. Like, you know, I have friends for birthdays and, you know, weddings and stuff. I'll give an artwork to a friend, no problem. But you want to be careful when this number just it goes down to like, I'll sell it for you for $5. And then you're really undervaluing yourself. And, you know, there comes a point where, you know, I'm almost rather give an artwork away to somebody than take $5 from them, right? That just feels like, you know, it's not an insult. It's just like, can you feel good enough about letting that out of your hand? And when I sell work for thousands, tens of thousands of dollars a piece, so this experience thing goes up dramatically. It's not just $95, but it might be $9,500. Oh, the other thing I should say, even just size. So we have size and material. And so for instance, people will generally pay for, let's say if this was a drawing, people might be more, they'd say, well, I'll give you 65 for it, but if it's on a painting, even if it took the same amount of time, some people might be more likely to pay $300 for it. And so that's whether, as someone who I consider myself a drawer more than a painter, I kind of object to this idea that drawing is inherently less valuable than a painting. But something to kind of think about, that the market you'll have less pushback. Like if you try to put them at the same value, people are going to push back more on the drawing than they will at the painting. People are more readily open to just taking your word on the painting than they will be on the drawing. The size too can make a big difference, right? Like even independent of materials, like the larger the canvas or the painting is, the more expensive it should be, right? You might say, well, I got 2 canvases from the art supply store. One was on sale. One's this big and it's $50, and I got one really nice small one also for $50. Yes, all of the prices of the raw materials are the same, but you probably want to charge more for the bigger one. Probably it's going to take you more time to complete. Yeah, so all of this is kind of tricky, but you don't want to get in a habit of undervaluing your own art too much. And I would say, like, once you start getting down, people are undercutting you. Remember, what did I say here? This one should be about $95 potentially for you start then what I would start to say to somebody is, like, if they're like, well, this is, and you say, well, I think this is worth $95 for this painting, right? As a starting point, maybe 150, maybe 125, somewhere around there. And if somebody's like, well, that's a lot of money. Oh, I don't know about $125. I mean, okay, let's just I mean, that whole idea of, like, closing a sale and convincing, if somebody doesn't want to pay that amount of money, that's salesmanship stuff as well. But I would start to get into that thing of saying, well, okay, what can we trade? What would be let's say you're only going to want to give me $25. Well, I'll sell to you for $25, but what about you cut my hair? Like maybe they're a barber or a hairdresser. It's like, okay, well, how about instead of $95, cut my hair twice, and we'll call it even. You can own it. You can have my painting. And if they say, oh, that's I charge $50 for every haircut, and so you're gonna get 2 free haircuts. Like, no, you're gonna get a painting of mine that you like, that I would normally charge $95 or more for, in exchange for 2 haircuts. It's like, we're both craftspersons, right? This is going to be an equitable exchange here, right? Or maybe it's like you babysit my daughter, or you'll mow my lawn, or you'll have me over for dinner and make me a home-cooked meal, make me some, that special pie you make me a couple pies. That would be great. I'll trade you this painting for 2 of your great pies. And that might feel much, and even if, let's say, that costs that person $2 of materials and $50 worth of time and energy to make a pie, I think you'll feel a lot better about exchanging that painting for a couple of pies than for $5 or $25, right? Anyway, that's that's a little bit of a rant. Okay. As that answers your question about pricing. Okay, so let's just look here, Carrie. That is a wonderful, strange painting, right? Or like I said about some of your previous work there, like a cactus that is sort of with these roots floating in the air, because there's no ground here. It's like it's floating in space. There's no shadows that we can see. So maybe it's falling or flying. It's flying with the butterflies. So, I mean, it's very surreal in the sense of like, well, our mind starts like, does this cactus have a sentient ability? Like, does this exist in a world where there is no ground? And maybe it you know, like something suspended in water, it neither floats to the surface or sinks to the bottom. It just sort of is suspended. And maybe this is in a world where there are plants that just sort of grow in the middle of the air. Like, can you imagine? That sounds like a great science fiction kind of scenario, right? Where you're walking through a forest and there's literally trees growing in the air next to where you're walking. They kind of just float like that. Anyway, that's cool. I like it. Great. Kev, grumpy old Kev. I've been doing Michael's sketching course for a couple of months now, and I decided as I needed a hobby as I approach retirement. I'm a month away from age 64. Cool. That's great. I love that you're taking up art as you approach retirement. There are probably very few things you could do that could be as fulfilling and as healthy as making art. I think you'll find it's going to help with memory and you know, like your sense of satisfaction and joy in life. I mean, there's so many benefits to making art, which is why, you know, there's the whole field of art therapy has just exploded. That you have veterans, military veterans are now given like mandatory art classes upon returning home as a way of sort of reintegrating into society. You have seniors and retirement homes have the option of doing art, and it can be transformative. It can really help people with like Alzheimer's, kind of slow down the process of dementia perhaps, and just give them a sense of like accomplishment and joy in life. So absolutely fantastic. This is based off of our Giorgio Morandi painting that we did, which is 3 years ago we did this perhaps. That turned out great. I like these colors, these pastels. I love Morandi as an artist. Here's a drawing that grumpy old Kev did of H.G. Wells, the author. And I think with this drawing, it's what it is it looks like the nose is the bottom part of the face is coming out quite a lot, and the eyes are recessed a bit. So really, how could we do this? You know, you've drawn this line here between your eyes, your nose, and the mouth here that should be aligning with the middle point between those eyes, right? Because right now your lips, the middle of those lips are over here, right? And so it's kind of creating this, the whole face is kind of bubbling outward, right? And that's okay if the eyes are, you know, the head is tilted. In this sense, these eyes would then rotate, but it doesn't appear to be the case, right? So I think we want to, let's bring this lip right back into alignment with the rest of the face. Sandra says, I like the pricing rant. Kathy says, all practical info regarding costing it out, but art is still so subjective. Sure, I mean, and that's why, you know, Karl Marx talks about art as being sort of the perfect capitalist object, in the sense it has really very little inherent value, right? You can do a drawing on a napkin, one person does it, and it now makes the napkin worth millions of dollars, like Picasso. Or one person does a drawing on a napkin and it now makes that napkin even more worthless. Now it's a soiled napkin that isn't good for even wiping your face on, right? So you have like that, the value of that napkin is totally unrelated to the materials that went into it. And so, yeah, it can be super subjective. But, you know, when we're talking about how to price your own artwork, I think using that rubric that I just sort of quickly outlined here is super helpful, because most people are like, I don't know, where do I even start? Do I charge $5 or $500? Like when I see art, you know, at a coffee shop, sometimes you'll see somebody who's got like a really beautiful drawing on there and they want like $20 for it. And you're like, oof, this is worth way more than $20. Somebody should really raise their prices on this. And then you also see somebody who does the opposite, who has like maybe the same drawing and they want $2,000 for it. And you're like, you know, probably if you're exhibiting your work at your local coffee shop, you know, you're probably, you shouldn't be expecting, you know, a little drawing to sell for a couple $1,000s. If you're making work that you're expecting that type of value at, then you should be approaching art galleries and trying to get some proper representation for your work, right? Like, so if you just sort of break it down and think, okay, well, this little drawing I did, well, it's should be maybe worth somewhere between $50 to $100, unless you're an artist who's got like a really long resume and track record. Then you should be able to expect more. And there's times where I underprice things or overprice things depending on the situation, but I always sort of keep track of where things are, and as I've grown older, then I expect more. And it's also because I don't want to sell something to somebody for $500 now and then 5 years later be selling the similar thing for $200. And that person's like, what are you doing? Why did I spend I would have thought 5 years later that this is going to be worth more money, not less money. So you got to be careful, because then you start upsetting people who've already spent money on your work. Like, you want to try to keep it consistent. You know, it's the same way that, you know, you go to a sporting event, and if you bought your ticket for $5 out front and somebody spent $500 and you're sitting right next to them, they're like, hey, how much did you spend your ticket? $5. Oh, man, that person's gonna be fuming the rest of the game or concert, right? You know, it's the things got to stay in relationship to one another, or else somebody's gonna be, I'm never gonna buy another ticket ever again to go to this ripoff. I can't believe how I've been scammed, right? So Just looking at what Deborah says. I love that Mr. Kev, grumpy old, has joined us, except he does make me feel a little ancient for I just turned 70. Perhaps I'm grumpy old Deb. And Frank the Cat says, I was thinking the same thing. I'm just coming up to 65, feeling very old. Well, age is relative, right? We looked at Grandma Moses. I mean, she, you can watch that episode, and I did a whole breakdown of her biography, and yes, she had made art when she was younger, but she really didn't start devoting herself to making art until I think she was in her 70s, maybe, and she lived for another 20 years until her mid-90s, I think. Again, this is, just off the top of my head, but, there's nothing wrong with being a late bloomer when it comes to making art. In fact, throughout the history of art, at least in the Western world, it's really been, traditionally, artists don't really hit their stride until maybe their mid-50s, early 60s. I mean, obviously, throughout history, people would be lucky to survive till 50 or 60, but let's just say throughout the last 100 years. You have exceptions like Picasso making, money when he's in his mid-20s, but, you have people like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko and Willem de Kooning are like struggling until they're in their like mid-40s, early 50s, and then they're having their first exhibition at age 50, right? So the expectation that one is going to be super successful as an artist at 20, 25 is something that is really only happened within maybe the past decade, if that. And even then, I think that's an extremely unreasonable idea. Anyway, okay, let's move on here. Kimchi Pie uploaded a few things. My own hand using your shading technique. And here's another one. Another one. Cool. So, again, from their drawing class. That looks good. I'd like to see maybe some of the background identified in there, sketching that in. You did a great job with the hand. That's awesome. Really well done. I like this, how you've kind of used the blending technique to soften those edges. And then this here is fantastic. I think like the fingers and stuff are a little bit small in proportion to the body and to the head. Like these little fingers poking out here. But that's okay. We all start somewhere. And as we go, we get, we're going to get better and better and better. And so, if this is where you're at right now, fantastic. Just keep on going. Let's keep on, like I think if we were to, like, for instance, again, let's say this is based on a photograph, take the photograph, print it out on a photocopier or your printer at school or work, and then trace it. Take a piece of tracing paper, trace over top of it. Use the technique I show you using carbon paper, and then that puts that on a page. And then try drawing a version of your tracing, right? So you have your traced image on one side, like, I don't know, just like here, this is from our most recent painting by Henrietta Shore we did on last week. So let's say you do this. Well, then now just put that aside. And then just try drawing the tracing, right? You just kind of start. Trying to draw that, and because it's kind of simplified things, and kind of just using this as an excuse to do a little bit of drawing. Right, so we might kind of start with that, and then we can go over top of it to, you know, so we feel like we're getting a little bit closer to what we want. Right, you just keep on building and building and building. So take one of your own images and try drawing it again. Try copying it. Right? I think probably working from, you know, the original and tracing that original, then at least you're starting from a drawing that is maybe proportionally a little bit more accurate. You know, that'll help build you more and more confidence. Deborah says, Michael, sweetie, you're not making it easier. You're comparing me to Grandma Moses. What I'm saying is you got still a lot more time. Grandma Moses, right, she didn't really, you basically got started at the same time as Grandma Moses. So you still got another good 20, 30, 40 years ahead of you, right? And just because you're 60, 65, 70 doesn't mean you're at the end. That's just the beginning. Now you got lots more free time, right? Go for it. Okay, so I feel like I just want to cut that hair right off. So here's Kushik. Lionel Messi as Captain America, drawn by me. And I think in the comments I said it should be Captain Argentina. Lionel Messi's from Argentina, and he's got a big A on his forehead, so as Captain America does, but Argentina conveniently begins with the same letter. So I think this is fantastic. It was one of those things where as soon as I saw this image, I was like, oh, interesting. It doesn't really look like Captain America. It kind of looks more like a soccer, like Messi or something. And then I'm like, and then I read the oh, it is Lionel Messi. Okay, cool. So that's really exciting that you were able to get a likeness in this drawing here. Even just the little stripes from his Adidas uniform there. And he's got that particular kind of look, like he's always kind of squinting, Lionel Messi. You've got a little, his mouth is always kind of pursed. Anyway, this turned out great. I love all the colors, really wild, bold use of colors. And it's also looks like we got paint and colored pencil in the same image, which is a little bit rarer. So I wonder what your thinking was there to switch between materials. And nothing wrong with that. Or maybe even markers too. Is that, let's just zoom in. What are we, because that's paint. That's crayon. Oh, wait, here's paint. Crayon. I thought maybe there was some like markers. Maybe are these markers? I don't know. Anyway, what I would suggest is, yeah, keep on going. Use different materials, but think about where the different materials what might be most useful for. Like, so for instance, maybe the face is all done with crayon. The head is all done with markers. You know, like the costume, and the background's all painted with paint. I think making maybe a little bit more like assigning different materials to different elements in the picture might be worth thinking about. Nikki posted in here, she have some works done waiting for your feedback too, when you have time for sure. Who's that? Who is Nikki? I think I looked at your work already, didn't I? I don't, she have some, I don't know what that means. Kushuk says, can we make a painting of this in the future? I really like this type of painting. And then what was great on the Facebook group there is I saw a bunch of people were chiming in with some suggestions of styles of artists we've already looked at who've painted in a similar kind of way. Yeah, I mean, I'd be more than happy to approach this type of work in the future. But yeah, I mean, there's similar things we've done here, like Matisse, the green stripe. If you look at that episode we did. The Mary Cassatt painting we did just recently. Who else uses really bold colors? Like, I would almost guarantee you that this artist used Matisse's green stripe as the foundational, was literally looking at that artwork while making this painting. I can almost 100% guarantee that that was probably printed out and taped to their studio wall in some way, because I mean, just the green and orange on the other. So let me just show you, so that. Right, so this is the very famous Henri Matisse portrait of his wife, and you can see here we've got green and orange, and here we've got green and orange. Right, those really bold color. I mean, obviously the colors on the opposite side, they've just flipped them, inverted them, but you probably you can't get. I mean, almost they probably just did that. Like, oh, I want to use green and orange, but I'm just going to put them on the other side. Maybe no one will notice that what the inspiration was, as if that would be a problem, right? Here's this wonderful phone. That is awesome. A lot of hard work you've put into doing these details. Great job. Wow. My goodness. Goodness, it's almost 2 o'clock. Oh, there's so much to go through. Here's this image. I don't think Kushuk did this image, but then did a drawing based on it. What I would say, this drawing probably lacks the back side of Van Gogh's head here. And I know you'll say, well, in the original, his head isn't there, right? His hair sort of disappears in the background, but his hair, he had kind of like a red, kind of blonde hair. The color of the background is the color of his hair, so it makes sense for that to disappear. In our drawing, though, it makes it look like his head exploded and he's missing the backside of his head. So I think we want to complete that and draw in where his hair would be. Just a little thing, just something to think about. That is gorgeous. Great hummingbird. Wow. Look at this. Looks like Robert Downey Jr., perhaps? Wonderful. That is great. I mean, is there a little bit of a distortion in the face? Sure. Does that make it bad? No. Does it make it good? I think so. I think it makes it kind of very unique. It looks like very specific. To me, that looks like a style rather than a mistake or anything. I look at that and I think, there's someone's style kind of maybe inadvertently coming through in the image. These really big eyes, right? Like, you know, who drew like this? You know who this looks like? And we did an episode on Alex Katz. We did this painting here. But Alex Katz often did things like the eyes and nose, lips being maybe a little bit too big, quote unquote. And so I think this is great. I mean, his body, yes, looks maybe perhaps also a little bit smaller. Maybe the neck should be a little bit smaller in proportion to his body and his head. But I also kind of like it. And I think just keep on going with all art. Just keep on moving forward. Don't worry and question. And you know, here's Koshuk's painting of Mr. Beast. And maybe not everybody watching knows who Mr. Beast is, but Mr. Beast is probably the most successful YouTuber out there. I mean, literally has like 20 million viewers on, like, he'll put an episode up and within an hour has like 5 million views on it, right? It's really, like, he's super successful at what he does. And I love this this painting. I mean, it's very idiosyncratic. You know, the way that you've painted it with these symbols on his face and the color, it's super weird and super strange. And I mean that in the best way possible. Because it shows like a lot of like an individual vision. So just keep developing that vision. Keep on going. Here we've got a drawing from my beginner's class. La Shelta. Michael's eye from the beginner's drawing class. Great, keep on going. This is great. I love that study of the eye, how you did this. How you didn't just put in the bicycle spokes that so many people do, and how I even showed myself how to do. You've gone in and you saw something different and you drew what you saw, which is the most important thing. Doesn't matter what I see or what anybody else sees, it's what you see, and drawing what you see is like is the most important thing. Convey your vision. Okay, that is cool. What are we looking at here? I think, is this the source image? I don't know. I don't know what these two different ones are. No, is it the same one, just one's framed or something? You tell me what the difference is. I don't know if I can tell the difference. I think this is working very effective. One thing is this hand on the left is awkward. It is... oops. You know, it's really totally inverted, which might be the case, but and hands are tricky. No doubt. That's why traditionally artists would have somebody, you know, the master would do the face and hands and feet, and then the apprentice does everything else until they get good enough where the master, you know, trusts them with doing, you know, the feet, and then they get billed better. Okay, well, now on this painting you can paint the hands. Oh, now you're getting better. Now you can paint the faces. And you know what? I think you're done, and you graduated, and now you go out and open your own studio and teach people what you know. So it's just that it's a little bit, it's getting thin, and the confusion becomes as which is the thumb and which one's the pinky finger here. So I think this is the thumb, right? So the thumb is, it probably shouldn't be as long as the pinky finger, right? You just sort of look at your own fingers here. Or at least, I mean, they can be the same length, but they're starting in different places. The pinky finger is, you know, in a way longer in the sense that it begins higher up on the, towards the edge of the hand. This is cool. Oh, so this one, these ones are yours. Okay, so we've talked about some of these before. I thought these were just on the Facebook group, so I don't know how they got there. Maybe you reposted them or something. Yeah, they do look familiar. Here we have, this is from Lisbeth. Van Gogh's bedroom. I'm very proud. That's awesome. Drawing. If you can get to this point where you're doing a drawing like Van Gogh's bedroom, I love that you added a few things like Mondrian there. That's awesome. That's a huge achievement. Should be very, very proud of yourself. Wow, that's cool, Lori. Here, I've been doodling on the post-it notes around my desk. That's wonderful. I think, well, I was going to say you should use some nicer paper and do these like you're doing here in your sketchbook. Wow, are you kidding me? What? Look at that detail. Whoa. Cool. Yeah, I mean, just keep on going. Wow, that is wild. I don't know what to say. I mean, these are really beautiful. I could see these being like really cool t-shirts and like a record album cover, book cover, clothing patterns even, murals. I mean, there's a lot of options here that you've created for yourself. Nikki says, you must be very tired without eating. Take a break and do another live stream in the future. I know, it's like, there's so many, and I hate the idea that people are watching and they're like, oh, he got through all the way up to the G's and then he's stopped. And I waited for 4 hours. Luce says, I mean, I will have to end soon because I'm going to a hockey game later today, so I'm meeting up with a friend shortly. Actually, in about an hour, so I probably won't make it all the way to the end, unfortunately. But this looks cool. The one thing I would say here is I think we want to darken these eyes in. Right now it looks like he's got like white contacts and it gives him this sort of zombie-like stare. So we want to, his iris and his pupils are missing. Like these little black dots are your pupil, right? That's the part of your eye that is usually black, that expands and contracts depending on how much light there is. And right now they're very, very tiny. So that would tell us maybe he's like a deer in headlights, right? The light is so bright that his pupils are gone as small as possible. And his irises, you know, the part that's hazel or brown or green or whatever you might want to, right, are white. So that gives it kind of a bit of a eerie, strange, fantastical quality, which if that's the character you're creating, by all means, go with it. But if we want it to maybe look a little bit more, like if you're like, what is wrong with my drawing? It's the eyes are just, like if you just look at my face on camera right now, right, my hair's dark, obviously my mustache, my nostrils, eyebrows, lips, underneath my lips, underneath my chin, right? Those are the darkest places. And what else is missing? My eyes. In fact, one might say that my eyes are even darker than my hair, even really darker than the darkest part of my mouth in places, right? So, you know, getting that, I think, would transform that drawing. Maria here. A little study. Oh, so, okay, we'll talk about that one in the future. Here's, is this Renoir? Oh, Mary Cassatt. Young woman sewing in the garden. I turned this into young woman scrolling in the garden. She's on her phone. That is pretty good. I like that. And I think there was another one where you adjusted the lips, maybe made them bigger or something, I think. Yeah, this looks like it was slightly more defined. I do like how that turned out. What I would do on the phone is just maybe add we need to see maybe the top, a little bit of a highlight where the light is hitting the top of this phone. I think maybe you're getting there, but I think we need a highlight there, and then maybe a little bit darker underneath, just to show the volume. Right now it looks like maybe it could be a deck of cards in her hand, or tarot cards, but we want it to have the thickness of that phone, right? In the sense that like if I hold this out, it doesn't, it's hard to see against my black thing against my, yeah, yeah, but I think we just need the top edge of that rectangular form. But I like this, and I like the concept is really strong. Potentially also, I don't know how Mary Cassatt did the original, but maybe there might be just a little bit more darkness under her lip. It's probably also the top lip is casting a little bit of a shadow. It should be probably a little bit darker than that. Because we've got, like, the light is sort of appears to be kind of coming from, you know, the top left down, where we got this nice shadow on her, I guess technically her left eye, but her right eye as it appears to us. So, you know, the shadow on the phone would be right around this area. Okay, let's keep on going. Okay, Maria included a whole bunch of these images, like surf kind of images that are fantastic. Great. Ooh, that's beautiful. These remind me of, there's like a beach, is it Beach Boys? Or no, there's a movie. It's Endless Summer, right? The poster for Endless Summer, which I think uses a bunch of Beach Boys songs, is very kind of, has this kind of iconic quality. Really nice. I mean, these are the kinds of things that, you know, you could easily make and have a little, you know, you drive up to, you know, let's say, I'm not sure where you live, Maria, but let's say you live in Southern California, and, you know, on the weekend you could put it, you have, let's say, a station wagon. You could go to a popular beach spot and just open up the trunk of your station wagon and have a little lawn chair there and a few of your paintings, and just sit there. Maybe you're making a painting and people can come by and buy some of your work, right? You know, you maybe you sell some soda and potato chips and paintings, right? Kind of do a little bit like what Maud Lewis did, right? The great Canadian, quote-unquote, self-taught artist, outsider, quote-unquote, artist. You know, she was talk about selling paintings cheap and underselling herself. Maud Lewis selling those paintings for a couple dollars a piece, and then meanwhile somebody takes those paintings back to New York and sells them for $5,000-$10,000 a piece in 1950s, 60s money, right? So you don't want anybody taking advantage of you, right? There's nothing wrong with getting properly compensated for the work that you do. That's great. These are all fantastic, Marie. Wow, that is awesome. I love that. That's great. I like how these splashes turned out. I also really like how you outlined the figure that way. That's cool. I do wonder, I feel like there, I mean, I've never really tried to paint a surfer. I feel like there would be maybe maybe a shadow or something here to ground her onto the wave a little bit. I'm just nitpicking here, but that's the first thing that occurs to me. And here we've got a different artist, Marina. Awesome, that looks great. Great job. I love how you went into the background and darkened that. Oops. Okay, let's, ooh, got a whole bunch more here, 131. Okay, we'll talk about that in a future episode. Oh, these ones, we'll talk about all, I haven't even organized all of these, so I'm just going to move past all of this. I'm going to maybe do reverse alphabetical order here for a bit. Anne Reed posted a bunch of these drawings to the Facebook group. Wow, cool. Some of these looks like a little bit older. These might have been on the Instagram, or maybe I finally just got to them, or I'm not sure. That is great. I love this bag. That is very cool. Great job, Anne. Ooh, look at that building. Okay, Barbara, you're up next. I think I saw you in the chat there, so we'll get to you in a moment. That's great. So they seem to get progressively better, which is what we want to happen when we're making art, is to be slowly improving at each and every turn, right? These are great. These studies of like a garden. This goes back to what I said right at the very beginning. You know, when I was doing this drawing, right, talking about, where am I? You know, the difference, so rewind to the beginning of today's episode, because we see the same sort of things here that we see in the ground in front of the door to that porch, right? Having those lines go outward rather than just going down, right? Otherwise they sort of look like what am I doing? How's my hair going? I just have one little fly flying around that loose hair. This is great. I really like this as well. I feel like though it might benefit from a little bit more density, a little bit darker in certain places. Like what works nice is underneath here, underneath this, I don't know, patio or whatever, darkening under there. That's great. Well, let's darken under some of the trees a little bit. Or where's the shadow underneath that tree? Yeah, but this is by far, I think, the most successful of all of them, because I think you're really pushing the value contrast. Whenever we have a contrast in value, we have a really strong art. Not always, but especially for a beginner. Obviously, once you get to know how to draw really well, then go for subtlety. And I say this all the time. Sometimes people, they're afraid of getting too dark because they feel like they're making a big commitment to the drawing, and what if I go too dark and then I can't erase it and then I'm screwed? Well, just draw it again. You've done it once, you can do it again, and it's going to get better the second time, right? You know, nothing good is going to come from just sitting on the fence. Sometimes you got to jump off onto one side or another and run, right? Otherwise, you're just going to be sitting in fear the whole time, right? So that's super successful. Great job. And it does even feel like, you know, I can feel the buckles. I feel the weathered leather kind of texture on there. Excellent, excellent. Okay, Barbara, I think been patiently joining us for the past 4 hours. Well, here we'll tackle some of your work. These are great. I love all these dynamic figure drawings, and I like how you printed out or cut out these different sketches from magazines or from the computer and literally glued them right into your sketchbook. Okay, let's now that we've sort of gone through a bunch of those, let's just kind of scroll back up. this drawing we did of Edvard Munch. I don't know why I decided to pick this one. I think it was kind of random. This looks great. I can't remember what episode this was from that I was doing, but you've done a fantastic job. You know, it's interesting you've decided to shade everything a little. I mean, like, everything is shaded in one way except the face, which is done with the blending approach. It doesn't bother me. It does make me think, though, okay, well, if the face is going to be treated that way, then should not the hands also be treated that way? And then maybe also the cod head should be treated that way. And then we will leave the lines, like the hatching lines, to the fabric. And then maybe we do a different type of shading in the background, maybe cross hatching on the background. Right? I don't know. I mean, I wonder. I love that you're exploring different types of value, or of creating value contrasts. I just wonder if we can be more consistent and methodical, I guess, is the question. And that just comes with practice. And this is great, excellent. That is really cool. I think was this a Van Gogh or an Albrecht Dürer? I can't remember where this image came from. Again, this is from my own class, but I can't remember. Maybe 3 years ago we did this episode. But fantastic. I think this was in the elderly figures episode. These are great. Look at that. Beautiful. Well done, Barbara. And then look where you're taking it. We did these sort of action figure-y or action superhero kind of. I think this is the block-in method here that you're using, which seems to be working really well for you. Not everybody likes this particular technique, and so the fact that it seems to be working well for you, if it works, use it. If it stops working, stop using it, right? Move on to something else. But that's really effective. That's great as well. Beautiful. Wow. That's great, Barbara. Yeah, Sandra says, I love that so many people are doing the drawing class. Yeah, it's interesting that drawing class just sometimes it goes through periods where it explodes. It's like the algorithm on YouTube here. It'll sort of go quiet, and then all of a sudden the comments on the drawing course just go through the roof. I'm like, what is going on? Did somebody share this somewhere or what? That is awesome, Barbara. That's great, especially the face. Look at that. Wow. And I also really like the way you've done the hair too, right? It's not a scribble. You've taken time to kind of put in a very kind of that line, which reminds me of another painter, Bryce Marden, who, I'll just show you real quick. This is why these episodes take so long. It's like, this is an artist I really want to talk about and do an episode on. There's a lot of artists that I like. If you haven't gotten that impression yet from the Master Studies series, but yeah, I see that in there. The hands, fantastic job. Wow, look at this, wonderful, great. I think that foot could be a little bit bigger, but who's paying attention, right? Wonderful. Oh, I love this. I love that you made some notes. This arm is too long. Noticing that you found places where you could improve. The first way to get better and to fix a problem is identifying the problem itself, right? And so, part of those drawing lessons is being able to I think I shared a bunch of different strategies in order to help you identify where something could be a little bit out of proportion, or at the wrong angle, or too long, too short, whatever it might be. So that's great. I don't know if you need to write on there that this is weird or it's too long, but I get it. I get it. Very cool. I love this. Julie Doucette. I just got her latest book. It came out 2 years ago, but Julie Doucette kind of retired from comic books maybe 15 years ago and was doing like so-called fine art, and then started making comics again, or at least one. But I'm a huge fan of Julie Doucette. You see her name here. This is, I don't know which episode of our drawing course, or lesson 12, the female figure, I guess, right? Cannot recommend her highly enough. Her book, The New York My New York Diary, is awesome. Must read for any 22-year-old young woman, I think, and any other woman who's maybe a little bit older and thinking back about their, early 20s, late teens would probably have a good laugh. And then I think probably any guy looking at it is like, oh my goodness, all the sleazy guys that she knew because she's a Quebecois artist that moved to New York, and just like, it's just full of a whole bunch of losers that she met along the way. Very laugh out loud funny comic book, and it's a comic graphic novel, but there's certainly no Superman in that. Excellent. Here's Barbara's Superman. Love this. I love even the little curl on Superman's forehead from his hair. Beautiful. That's great. I remember that this is based on an illustration I did. I look at it and be like, oh, that's, he's really, an arched back. And this guy is like, I don't know how healthy that spine is there. But anyway, that's based on my own sketch that I showed people how to do. We did a warm-up of Dr. Seuss. And all of these, you really got the dynamic quality of these figures. Really impressed. And drawing quickly. I like all these notes, the action lines, rhythm lines, looking for arcs. Wow. I mean, if you keep on doing stuff like that, you're just going to get better and better and better and better. Let's roll along here. Wow. That's great. I love this golfer. Is this from that movie, the Stephen Pressfield film? He wrote it. The War of Art author. I'm sure I had the book here somewhere. Yeah, that's fantastic. Great job. I love that. I love that. These apples, oranges, awesome. And doing this from lesson 10, drawing these little from life in these little boxes relatively quickly. Really great job. Well done. Good job, Barbara. Wow, lots of great stuff here. Beth, moving on. This is our Tamara de Lempicka painting. Had to go at another master class. Wow, you could see she was a master. It's so hard. It was so hard. Definitely was not an easy one to do, but I know a lot of people really liked this episode. This is definitely one of the more popular ones. It's a popular, well-known image, and I think a lot of people were quite satisfied that they were able to get anywhere close on this painting, right? And I think you've done an exemplary job, right? Are there some differences between your version and hers? Sure. So is mine. So is everyone else's who tackled this painting as well. This one just sort of, you have your style coming across here. I think the handle on the door, is positioned in parallel to the bottom and right side of the page, when maybe in fact it should be parallel to this, the edge of the top of the door where the window comes out. Even this line, I think they should all be parallel. Those small thing, but anyway. Here's Beth's version of Kandinsky. Here's my first acrylic painting following the master class. I love that. That makes me so excited. This is where you started. Can't go wrong here. That's a great place to start. And then here, I'm sorry, I forgot. I didn't get where these images are from. These little dancing rainbow sprites or whatever. Very cool. I like that. I think I would want maybe a little bit more definition, and that could be just with a smaller brush, just to kind of go around and kind of tidy up some of these black lines. And I totally know painting with a small brush would be really tricky, but consider instead using a Posca pen, which we've used a number of times. Right, a Posca pen is basically an acrylic paint pen. This one hasn't been used yet, so I won't use it. But you know, you shake it up and then you can paint and draw with it, and they are very fun to use for getting small details, especially if like doing small details with the paintbrush seems totally overwhelming. Wow, Beth, awesome. Drawing dogs, 2-minute gesture drawings of dogs. Wow, that is very impressive. If you did those in 2 minutes. Wow, 10-minute drawings of rabbits. Look at I love that you're testing yourself. You're timing yourself. Right? That is, you know, it's like going to I can't remember, one of the early things here is about drawing can be like going to the gym, right? You know, same sort of thing. You set yourself like a goal of, like, you know, lifting a certain amount of weights and doing a certain amount of reps. Same sort of thing with drawing. You say, okay, well, I'm going to do a certain amount of drawings in a certain amount of time, and I'm going to keep on pushing myself, and I'm going to do a certain amount of drawings in 10 minutes, and then next week I'm going to go to 9 minutes and 8 minutes, and I'm going to get faster and faster and better each time. That's great. Love these. Wow, you guys, what a talented group of people. You know, maybe just here, one of the things, you know, we're using this scribble technique in order to draw, and there's nothing wrong with using scribble technique. I think I see you sort of exploring different approaches throughout here, and maybe I like how you've got maybe a thinner pen and doing a bit of a scribble, and then using this kind of wider brush pen with some gray. So using different widths of pens is really successful. That's great. Wow, that's wild. So it looks like crayon, and then you're scraping some of the crayon off, perhaps. Sandman, the TV show here. I like that a lot. That is great. I like all the splatters. I like how dark that silhouette. I never noticed that raven on his face. Is that something you created, or is that in a still from the original? Interesting. It kind of looks like just the right side, or the left side of his face, I guess, is bathed in shadow, and then it creates the look of that bird, which is I think, if I recall, in Sandman, is sort of like his, like some kind of avatar for him or something, isn't it? Here's Matisse, speaking of the green stripe that we've talked about a little bit earlier. Here's Beth took a stab at the famous green stripe painting. I like that a lot. Very good. Wow. These, man. Here's Busy Bee did a drawing of their hand. Love this. And it's almost like, am I just seeing things in there, or is there a little bit of color? Did you add a little bit of pinks and purples into the shadow, or is that just the compression of the JPEG? Either way, excellent job. Woo! I love how everything got, like sometimes people do this and only really darken the edges, and then everything else is just white. What I love here is really every part of the hand is a little bit gray, because especially you can see here, there's no part of this hand that has white. Here's the white of the paper. Does anybody see any? I mean, maybe a little bit, perhaps in those little highlights. Everything else is, you know, off-white or darker. And so what is really great here, Busy Bee, is how you saw that, you perceived it, and you also illustrated exactly what you saw. Fantastic. Great job. Well done. Okay. Here's Kathy's version. Okay, so now we're going to Kathy. Kathy, we've been waiting patiently this whole time for us to talk about your work. Here's a Kathy did a version of a Ted Harrison painting. That is awesome. That is really great job. Right? That is really like how that turned out, Kathy. We did an episode on Ted Harrison. I think, what is it called? Like Lover's Evening Walk or something like that. This one is slightly more complex. Oh, we also did the... was it a bird or a rabbit or a cat? Oh, I think it was a cat, right? Chasing birds or something, right? So that turned out really great. Now, there's a whole bunch of other things you've done recently, Kathy, that are we'll tackle in a future episode or two, because you know, you've got, you know, a whole bunch of these things, but we'll talk about those in a future episode. So same sort of thing. We got Deborah coming up next. I just want to talk about, so there's a bunch of things that Deborah's done that we'll talk about in a future episode. But can I just say is there anything else I can just add? Yeah, I'm sorry, Kat, I know you've been waiting this whole time, but this is the only one here that isn't based on a future episode stuff that we did in class. Oh, I guess here's this thing that Kathy... so this... I have... Where's mine? Okay, so this is a similar sort of product that you're showing at that state. In fact, this is probably... no, it's not the same brand, I don't think. Oh, no, it is. It is. This is literally exactly what you have on the screen there. Right in here we have the Stay Wet by Masterson. And so this is what it looks like. I haven't used this in years, but basically you can see it comes with a sponge that is a lot like those I even see that rag there. Do I have one underneath the table here? Let me just grab it. These have the name on here. What is this thing called? You know, there used to be a infomercial on TV that, you know, you can put this in a bucket of water, it soaks it all up, right? It's it's gonna drive me crazy. The ShamWow, I think it's called, the ShamWow. So basically, inside of this Tupperware container, you got like a ShamWow, a sponge that you get wet, and you can put this in here. And then you could take your palette and put your palette in there and seal this up. Now this thing has seen better days, and it's kind of warped, and I think, you know, I can seal it back up, but I probably want to put some elastic bands or something on there. It doesn't seal up as well as it once did. But that would allow you to keep your acrylic paints wet longer. So potentially, you probably... you know, it might work for leaving your paints there overnight, maybe a day or two. Probably not the kind of thing you want to just leave your palette in there infinitely and then, you know, go on a vacation and come back and start painting again, or leave it for weeks on end. Because potentially what could happen, the paint might still stay wet, but one thing I've noticed with acrylic paint is if there's enough little bit of air comes in, then literally the paint can start to rot. And that's why sometimes if you open up an old tube of paint, you're like, woo, wow, it smells like somebody farted in here, right? Or it smells like somebody took a dump on the floor. What is that smell? Well, it's the paint is literally, the bacteria is forming in there. Remember, it's water based, right? And if it's drying, you know, if it either dries or it stays really wet. In this instance, it's just slowly drying, and bacteria can build up in there. So I really appreciate you sharing that. Yes, Sandra says the chamois. Yeah, Lolly says I heard a Tupperware. I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, you could do this same sort of thing. There's no reason why you couldn't take a Tupperware container, and it doesn't even have to be a ShamWow. It could just be some sponges, and you put some sponges inside there, and then you put your palette inside. I'm just going to take that palette out before I forget it, and then hear me, you know, and then yeah. So depending on how you could, I've seen people with whole bunches of little Tupperware containers for different colors and stuff. I think that works. I think you just after I think that works. I mean, it's certainly, if you have a limited amount of time, doing this kind of thing so that you could get a little bit of painting done an hour or two every day is fine. I just don't think you want to have necessarily. There's something to be said about putting new paint on your palette and starting with fresh new paint rather than always trying to conserve paint. And so I think rather than, I see people when I teach classes squeeze out like half a tube of paint onto the palette and paint with it, and then by the time like an hour or two goes by, it's starting to kind of form skins over there, and then you kind of start painting and some of that skin gets into the paint, and then you've got these sort of like fibrous, it's just put less paint on your palette and clean your palette maybe at the end of a session, or use it over the next day and then move on, is what I would say. Okay, so sorry, Deborah, I love these Christmas ornaments you made with your little gnomes. Fantastic, great. That is awesome. I love this. My second attempt with painting with a palette knife. I've tried to follow a tutorial, but the instructor talked too much and the paint hardened. Well, that could be me you're talking about, because I often hear those kinds of comments here on YouTube or whatever, like, oh my god, that guy just wouldn't shut up. So yeah, but this looks great. I like it. That's really cool. It does remind me, we were looking at that Van Gogh painting of flowers a couple of hours ago today, and you could see there's that real thick buildup of texture of the paint. So you could do this with a paintbrush, painting very, very thick as well, by just mixing in some heavy matte gel. Right. We've done this in a few episodes, mixed this product into your acrylic paint, and I've got one that's opened here. I probably don't want to open this just to show you, but that way you can really build up some really nice thick texture of paint. I think that would be very satisfying for a lot of people. I love the gnomes and the snow. Love this. I even love the skull kind of toque or pullover here. I said Petunia is my least favorite flower, so I looked up what hummingbirds like. So I think there was, I guess, Deborah was working from a photograph of a hummingbird in about to have a little slurp of a petunia and changed it out. Great, I love that idea. You know, it could be anything. There could be a computer here, or a robot the hummingbird that's flying up against. I also really like how you did the out of focus background. I think is very effective. Really like that, Deborah. Okay, moving right along. Here's Deepak. Wow, this is self-portrait. Great job. That is awesome. Really strong drawing. I think what it really just needs is to darken the hair. You've done a great job on the facial hair, on the chin and lips and mustache, even the eyebrows. I think what we need is the darker hair above, and that will really nail this drawing. But super effective. You know, the lighting, it's interesting you've captured that same sort of lighting of the light coming from below. And we know it's coming from kind of below because your eyes are kind of lit under here, right? And we have kind of maybe darker areas on the brow, right? So it's sort of like, you know, late at night, you're doing this drawing while everyone else is sleeping, and you're working on your skills like a hero that you are. I love that. You know, everyone else is asleep or out partying, and here you are, Deepak, you're honing your drawing skills. I'm super proud of you. Great job. I really admire that. Fantastic. Well done. Okay, now we've got a whole bunch of drawings by Devin. And again, I think I got about 50 of them. So we're not going to look at each one in depth, Devin, but we're going to just sort of look at them in kind of whole. All right. So here, I love this one here. Titled, okay, let me introduce you to my newest drawing called Living the Dream. Awesome. I mean, that's great. I mean, this kind of being on a stage, singing, and the crowd cheering. And you've got the faces of tragedy and comedy. That's fantastic. I love this one. That is great, Devin. And then here's a bunch of your drawings here. That is great. I like this figure. That hat. Oh, dude, that's great. I like this. He kind of looks maybe a little bit scared. I like these eyebrows and like, oh my goodness. These are fantastic. Great job, Devin. Wow. I love that you're doing so many different drawings, right? And I love that you're sharing all these drawings with us. Wow. Cool. I love that you're exploring. You did all the lessons. You know, like the hands we did. Ooh, nice. I like this one. I like how that turned out a lot. These houses on the very. Look at how steep that road is. That would be a hard road to walk, or let alone drive down. Drive up. Can you imagine driving up that hill? That is awesome. Wow. Well, my new big drawing is completed. Awesome. Oh, I like how you've got the Disney name kind of shooting out. Wow, the Tower of Terror. It's like Mickey Mouse is inviting us to come into Disneyland. Very cool. Oh, and I love that you're timing yourself while you're doing these drawings. 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Ooh. The Méliès film, Journey to the Moon. Is that what it's called? That one of those early silent films? Wow. Great leaves as well. Oh, look at these fabric studies. Great job, Devin. This is hard to do, and you nailed that. Bang on, perfect. And these next ones coming up are great too. The fabric studies. Like oh wow, this is great. That's maybe one of my favorite ones you've done so far. That really one senses the volume, right? That ball that's underneath that fabric and how it billows up, and we get these kind of wrinkles on top. Great job. Wow, look at this, and studying the foot. Great job, Devin. Wow. And shoes, a whole episode we did on shoes, like the end. Great. Wow, hand. Let me see. I gotta show you. This reminds me. One of my favorite artists is Egon Schiele, and Egon Schiele was, you know, an incredible Austrian artist, if I recall, who died really young, like maybe like 25, 28 years old or something. But maybe most iconic of all is the way that he drew hands with... you can see how he really drew all the knuckles and all the joints. So I think, Devin, maybe you might want to consider spending some time looking at the drawings of Egon Schiele. Right, so those are a little bit of how he drew. And we see this in yours here. Absolutely awesome. Keep up the good work. Oh, wow. Very cool. Wow, these are great, Devin. Wow, these portraits. Absolutely awesome. Look at that. And there's your own photograph. And then I think these are self-portraits, perhaps, right? That's awesome. Great job, Devin. You said this is something I tried something I was scared to do in the other class a month ago. Self-portraits. And you did it. This thing that you were afraid to do, you conquered it with your drawing. That is so exciting that you're scared to draw your own self-portrait and then you did it. That makes me so proud. I'm so excited. And there's probably the majority of people watching right now are too afraid to draw their own self-portrait, and you went off and you did it. You conquered your fear, and you probably learned more drawing your self-portrait than you did drawing anybody else too. Really, really exciting. Right? I don't know if that's you with your mouth, your tongue. Ah, great! I'm so proud of you, Devin. Well done. Here's just a couple more that you've got here. Wow, using the blocking method, that's not easy to do. And man, if this is what you can do with this method, maybe really think about using that more often. Great. I love how long her legs are. Wow. And then here's the Julie Doucette. And then your version, I like you focused on those lines that she uses to draw with, right? Great job. Look at that, working on your proportions. Okay, great job, Devin. Well done. We're going to have to move on here. Here's Doucement. Raj Doucement. Here's another drawing from the Picasso. Great. The upside down drawing we did in one of our, I think maybe the first episode, perhaps. And then Matisse. You got the Picasso. Or sorry, these are Picasso. These are great. Well done. You got it. Yeah, I like how you got the little bit of the shading in the interior of that Cubist guitar. Wow. These are great. Well done, everybody. Okay. Okay, so we're getting very close to the end. I want to look at this next artist, Gary, sent a whole bunch of pictures, sent like 70 of them, and narrowed it down to about 30. And we're not gonna look at all of them in a great depth. I'm including them here because I think this is what we'll see is I think what I've included gives us a pretty good example of the overall portfolio that you sent, and so we'll just walk through these. That's awesome. Great. Wow. Excellent. Great. Oh. Okay, look at all these great landscapes. Okay, so I just went through them really quickly, and I kind of want to highlight a few things here. So one thing I seem to notice, Gary, is you have a lot of, like, you're really interested in landscapes, and you also seem to be really interested in like comic books and manga, and which are kind of not entirely related. Like your landscapes, it looks like you're more interested in a more traditional approach to like fine art landscapes, and then you're really interested in these kind of comic book cartoon characters. And this looks like Tony Only, a famous Canadian painter, and I think you said somewhere like most of these are directly from images that you've seen. So you're like, I can't take credit for these compositions and images. I'm just sort of learning and I'm studying from other people's art. Again, you're not going to hear me tell you that that's a bad idea at all. I think that's fantastic. One thing I would say is what I would like to see. I think there's two things. One is, if you're interested in doing this kind of art, then and you want to do more of this and only this kind of stuff. Really immerse yourself in manga and anime, and don't worry about doing the landscapes. If, however, you're like, well, I kind of like doing both, of course, do both. What I would suggest, though, is in here we see kind of there's a little bit of inconsistency with your work. Like I see things like this and I'm like, wow, look at the attention to detail. Like as I said, you're working from a photograph or other people's artwork, and you could see how closely you sort of observed and worked from it. And then I see some of these ones, and these ones look like they're more from your imagination, and that you're not really looking at the source material as much. Like maybe you used it to help get the composition down, and then you just sort of put it away and then just kind of did your own thing, which is fine. But I think what's going to end up happening is we start deviating further and further from the original, and things get less and less specific and get more and more generic. And I think great art is very specific, and I think we want to get more specificity. Like all of these trees are going to look a little bit different, and I think you've done a pretty good job of kind of starting that. But you know, some of them are going to be closer together, some of them are going to be a little bit wonky and leaning, and then like what's the specificity in the ground in behind here, right? This all just seems, you know, not specific, it's kind of generic. So can we build in more specificity here? Get more of this type of Gary in this type of a drawing, right? You're obviously you're patient enough where you can do some of these drawings like this, right? So let's bring some of that patience and careful study to some of those landscapes. if in fact you are interested in landscape, like this is gorgeous. I love that the study of a skull. Right, and you know, in fairness, maybe I see some of these dates. Some of them are 2019, some of them are 2022. So, and a lot can happen over just a few years. But even like this, you know, I think we want more specificity, like in these hills, in the trees. This looks, you know, like it's good. We want more, like, and if this was really what the original photograph looked like, then I'd be kind of like, well, as an artist, I'd be like, I want more details in there. So either finding a different image or finding other things that we can add in here. Like maybe there's a fence, maybe there's a cow, an airplane, another building, or a tank coming over the hill, or Godzilla, or War of the Worlds, a tripod striding over the horizon, you know, burning this building down. Like, you know, let's get more specific, more, you know, this isn't just some generic building on the countryside. Where is it? I love that you framed this image. Let me just see, what else can I mention here? Like, I really like your approach to watercolor. Like, these are really nice. I like how this building just sort of fades into this very undefined kind of like tall grass on the edge of the beach. Beautiful, right? And allowing the watercolor to kind of spread out as it, you know, as it dries and mixes into other colors. These are great. Even this kind of looks like a splash of water. You know, these are great. I don't know what this is based on. You know, I think some of these are going to be a little bit better than others. I think this Joker down here isn't maybe one of your strongest drawings, but you know, on the next page here you got one that is much stronger. I'm trying to remember, is this the Killing Joke? Is that that series that this is from? Older Batman comic book. Like, these are great. These watercolors of seascapes. Drawing water and painting water is not easy. You know, there's a reason why there's a few painters who are really good out there and are like seen as sort of like titans, because, you know, very few artists can really pull it off. So I love that you're attracted to that and trying to kind of master it. Can't go wrong doing that. I like these as well. These little watercolors. I'm assuming these are probably quite small, like a little bit bigger than postage stamp probably. And, you know, these remind me a lot of, like, thumbnails, like storyboards for movies, right? Where you're kind of quickly illustrating a scene to help communicate your idea to the director of photography or the actors, etc. So these might be something to really kind of do more of. Just fill up a sketchbook full of, you know, you take a sketchbook and you just, you know, you divide the whole thing into, maybe you can fit like 6 of these on a page, right? And then you paint 1 a day, or 6 a day, 3, whatever number you want to come up with, and you say to yourself, well, each one's going to take me 10 minutes, and I'm going to move on. And, you know, what I used to do, there was a period of time when I was a student in New York, and I went and visited a friend in Boston, and I wasn't old enough to drink at the bar, so I spent a lot of time while him and his friends were out at the bar, sitting on the couch in Boston, watching Twin Peaks. This is a long time ago on DVD, or it was VHS at the time, and I just had my sketchbook just like what I was showing you there. I would pause the VHS player, and the VHS would start playing, or would pause, and it would pause for like 4 or 5 minutes, and then I had 4 or 5 minutes to really quickly draw and paint what was on the screen, and after 5 minutes it would unpause, and there was no way I could go back and rewind and get it back to the same place, and I just had to kind of move on, right? It would be like drawing a stranger sitting at a bus stop and they get up and walk away, and you're like, oh, okay, well, I only got half the drawing done. So it was like that intense immediacy was like a great learning experience for me. So, you know, there's some of these other ones here, you know, these more cartoony ones I think are great. But clearly you've got the ability and patience to do more complex things like this. So what if we bring that to your landscapes and explore that for a little while, see how that feels? And if you want to do more landscapes, then go and spend some time looking at books of landscape art at your library or online. We've certainly done a number of paintings in our Master Study series on landscape painters, the whole group of 7, majority of whom are landscape artists, a Canadian group which we just did in December and January of this year. And try to make drawings based on those images. And if by the end you're like, wow, I really like drawing landscapes, then do more landscapes. But if at the end you're like, I'm less interested in this fine art landscape hoity-toity stuff, I want to do more comic book stuff, then focus your energies in that direction. Okay, hope that is helpful. Okay. So let's, as we get closer to the end here, I want to look at some of the work by Sandra, who's, I think, been patiently waiting this whole time, or maybe working away in her studio while we've been talking, and has done some really incredible stuff lately. Let's kind of go through these. And this has been on a tear, making paintings based on Georgia O'Keeffe. So let's, where should we start? Well, maybe here. I think this is great. I love your studio setup here, and I like that you're working on multiple artworks, maybe potentially at the same time, so that if you get bored or stuck, you can just transition to a different one, which is exactly the way that I paint. I like to kind of have multiple paintings on the go. That way I can always just set one aside and just work on a different one if I'm kind of like, oh, I don't know what to do. I don't even think about it. Just move it out of the way, just start working. And then before you know it, you come back and you start painting on the one where you were totally stuck, and you're like, wait, oh, I just finished the one I was stuck on. I didn't even realize I just solved it. I didn't even, that's right. That's a great feeling when you forget where the mistake was, right? So really like this setup. I like all the color tests that you've been doing. These are, I know you did these maybe a year or two ago, but I think it's important for other people to kind of just see that, you know, how important it is to kind of play with your paints and do tests. And there's nothing wrong with testing your colors. And these are gorgeous. I love that. Is that a Georgia O'Keeffe? That's an awesome painting. I love that. Very cool. My computer, or your computer there while I'm blabbing away in the background. Fantastic. These are gorgeous. Look at that. Really practicing blending and getting these really soft transitions. Wow. Is this acrylic on canvas? That is great. If you're able to do that with acrylic, boy oh boy, you'd find painting with oil paint just so easy. Not that you should transition to oil paint, but you know, this is the kind of thing that is much easier to do in oil paint. But if you can get to a point where you can have a certain amount of facility doing this with acrylic paint, then maybe there's no need to do oils, like, because obviously oils have pros and arguably more cons. I love painting with oil, but I can see why it's maybe not quite as popular these days. The avocado, or I think, well, I was gonna say avocado, but I don't know an avocado that quite looks like that. Like the colors are kind of inverted, or what is that, a peach maybe? But a peach has a pretty spiky core, don't they? And then this here is a George O'Keeffe pelvis with moon. I am not aware of that painting, but wow, it is a funky painting, hey? George O'Keeffe was quite the innovator, and really, I mean, so, you know, she's taking all these like skulls and bones and sort of painting them in front of landscapes or incorporating them into landscapes in a super bizarre, like I've talked a number of times about backgrounds and how important backgrounds are. You know, she's sort of taking a background that doesn't necessarily jive with the foreground element, but by putting them together, collaging them in a painting, it creates this very surreal, weird kind of situation where it now turns this skull or pelvis, these bones, into some sort of extraterrestrial, you know, creature, life form of some kind. Which is kind of true. If you ever look at bones, sometimes you're just like, what weird alien form is this? Oh, it's inside me. Oh, that's weird. Maybe scary too. These are great. Again, working with that really delicate shading and blending. Very good job. Awesome. And then obviously here your mural that you've been working. I don't know if this is the finished version? Wow, that's big. That's a long mural. Where is that? Santa Monica? Looks like Santa Monica, right? I think you've mentioned this before, but wow. That is cool. I like how you've got, it's really interesting too how you've got this you know, the dead polluted water, brown and gray and white, and everything is sort of lifeless, devoid of color. And then we've got this rowboat going across, spreading life in its wake in behind it. If I was to interpret what I see here, you know, if we go on the left, look at all the animals and whale tails and kelp and all sorts of stuff, turtles, and then on the other side we have the dead, you know, the debris of humanity, right? But there's something very positive about this this boat that is you know, bringing life to an otherwise desolate landscape. And it's worth thinking about because, you know, down in Santa Monica, right near the water there, or on the water, I guess, it's full of garbage. Garbage that tourists leave, garbage that locals leave, garbage that just washes up from across the world, from all the way, you know, from that people toss over the side of a cruise ship or whatever. All of those things are things I think about all the time. Now that especially I got a daughter, and I think about how the world is in trouble, perhaps. Okay, I just want to, just before we close out for the day, what was I gonna look up? Oh, I know. Okay, give me a second here to. Okay, so I just want to share this. So, well, maybe just as a quick little call here. Again, just remember to like this video. If you're still watching, you've made it through all 5 or so hours of today's feedback episode. Like the episode if you don't mind. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell. So many people forget to do that.
and then that they wonder why it's hard to find the channel. And the more and more you do that, the more it sets the algorithm out, and other people it shows up in their feeds. And I see the vast majority of people that are watching right now are people that had these Master Study and Paint the News episodes show up as, you know, recommended videos after finishing a video. And the more that happens, you know, the more that you're liking that, the more it's going to show up on other people's feeds as well. So I really appreciate that. Also, if you want to support the channel with a donation via PayPal, use the YouTube Super Chat function, which works, but of course YouTube takes 40% of the dollar that you donate, for instance. So you can use the e-transfer or send a good old-fashioned letter in the mail. Contact me through my email's address on the Facebook page and my website. All those links are down there below. But without, you know, support by people like yourselves, I wouldn't be doing this, right? It's as fun as it is to do. It's also, you know, it takes a lot of time and energy. So your support, it helps me do more and more of these episodes. So I just wanted to kind of end here, just sort of talking about some of what I loved here is the feedback. You know, 33 comments about different artworks that people would like to see us do, and I wrote all these things down and have been doing research on all of these, because you guys have got some great ideas. You know, and I have ideas of art that I want to do myself, but sometimes, you know, it's hard to remember every artist in the world, and it's like, oh yeah, that would be a great episode, wouldn't it be? Right? Like Gauguin. Right? So I just wanted to kind of mention that I do read everything that goes on the Facebook group, and I do take like suggestions, like Pascal talking about, you know, Bonnard and Les Nabis here. More South American artists, that's coming up for sure. I mean, I've already gone through this list. I'm just trying to think about other things. Japanese artists. Look at all these great lists. Henri Rousseau, we're going to be doing that. Mondigliani, those are all coming up. Tintin. I forgot about Tintin. Did we didn't do a Tintin? How did I mention? I'm a huge Tintin fan. More naive art. Interesting. So anyway, feel free to leave more comments on that particular page there in order to share some feedback. Maybe I'll post another thing there. And I also wanted just to mention, or just show this type of thing. I did show this a little while ago, this little thing that I built. I didn't have all the dowels in here. I just took a piece of wood. You can go buy a piece of wood from like your local hardware store. And then I just measured it out, and at every inch I made a little, you know, I drew a line, and then I, let's just see a different viewpoint. Right, I drew lines, and then at every inch just made a little mark. And when I drilled in here, I drilled it with the drill at a slight angle, so that all of these were kind of leaning back, so that then I got these dowels from the dollar store. Of course, I made sure I get the drill bit. So I bought these first before I drilled the holes, so that they wouldn't be too wobbly or not fit in there at all. And you know, it's not the prettiest thing on earth, but this really helps me organize paintings, especially, you know, sometimes I don't get a chance to photograph them and put them into envelopes very quickly. So this is a way of having them kind of semi-organized. And I'll just show you. Oh. Here's an example of what this looks like. So these ones are all gessoed canvases ready for upcoming episodes, right? And what's helpful about this is if you take your canvases and you just stack them on top of one another, you might find that they'll, especially if you have a humid climate, they might stick together. You know, like this kind of thing that's why sometimes some of these episodes you'll notice that there's little, you know, you're like, what is those stains on the corner? It's because I had them like that, and then I went to go before the episode, I pull them out, they're stuck together and yank, and then part of the front of the canvas tears off onto the back of another one. So this just ensures that they're not touching, or if they are touching, you know, they're just barely kind of resting against one another. So that, and this is also especially useful for your finished paintings, right? I've got now about 6 of these things that I created, and so, you know, once I've got paint on them, I don't have to worry about the faces of finished paintings sticking together. I mean, it sucks when that happens when you've got a painting that, you know, just the bare canvas sticking to another bare canvas, but when a finished painting sticks to another finished painting and you tear them apart and color comes off, oh my goodness, it just drives you crazy. And I also just thought, these are from my in-person classes, and often people leave stuff behind and I contact them and they never come and pick them up. But what I've done here is I painted just gesso over top of these old canvases, and then I sanded it down because often there's a little bit of texture, and then I put another coat of gesso on there, and there is still a little bit of texture. I can still see that image, but you know, if I put my drawing over top of here, stain it with some input material and start painting, you would never see any of that stuff anymore. It would just all disappear underneath layers of paint. I mean, depending on how thick or transparent the final layers is, of course, it's possible to paint very thin, transparent paint, but that would just be something I would think about at the time when I'm getting ready to paint. Like, oh, maybe I'll use a canvas that isn't that doesn't have a previous image underneath to work from, because this one's going to be kind of thin, versus, you know, if I was going to do like a DeFeo, perfect. Use one of those old canvases that I'm recycling, because this is just going to get filled with texture and doesn't matter what's underneath there, right? Okay, folks, thank you so much for hanging out with me for so long. We've been here for 5 hours and 15 minutes talking about your art. I'm so proud of you guys for your achievement. We're going to come back and we're going to look at all the stuff that we didn't do, or that you uploaded in January and February that I still haven't gotten to. So that's a good thing. It's a great thing for me that there's such high engagement in these classes and in the Facebook group that I can't get through it all in 1 or 2 episodes. I've got to do multiple ones, and I'm more than happy to do that, because that just shows that there's excitement and interest out there. So please, if you're somebody who's kind of been on the fence about sharing your work because you don't think it's as good as the stuff that we've seen, I guarantee you it's much better. And really the best way for us to grow is by putting yourself out there, getting some feedback. You notice, yes, I might have had a few critical things, constructive feedback on some people's work, but it's only in the attempt to try to build people up and help them get better and better. And if you see it from that instance, this is a really valuable tool that, hey, take advantage of it while it lasts. I mean, who knows what could happen. I mean, if the group continues to get so big, maybe I won't have an opportunity to do this. So if you're watching right now and haven't done it, do it now before who knows, or I get hit by a bus this afternoon on the way to the hockey game, right? Knock on wood that doesn't happen, but we'll see. Okay, everyone, enjoy the rest of your evening, and we shall see you again on Tuesday. Oh, yeah. Well, since I was so sick last week, schedule's been a little bit funky, so I don't even know I had a plan of what we were going to do, but then I missed Tuesday, so I was going to do a really fun April Fool's Day painting, when yesterday was April Fool's, so obviously we didn't do that. So anyway, stay tuned, subscribe, join the Facebook group, and you'll know.
faster than anybody else. Okay, have a good night, everybody. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Thanks for tuning in. You guys are all stars. I love you all. I can't wait to see what you create next. Good night.